Morning, everybody. Mate Marie, kia ora koutou. Welcome to the third of the hearings on the Central Hawke's Bay District Plan Review. The topic for today and tomorrow is all things rural, basically all the rural provisions of the proposed district plan. The agendas have all been put out and updated. Like most agendas for hearings, they're constantly in a state of flux. I'll just go through a little bit of formalities first, and then we'll kickstart the hearing by turning to the reporting officers just to summarise the Section 42A reports, and in particular, if there's any changes in view or additional information they can provide. So we are a hybrid hearing, so will be people here in persons, and there will be people coming in on Zoom. For the people, or even people on Zoom, if you can put your phones on silent, it's quite disruptive. If you're on Zoom and you want to speak, please put your camera on so we can see you. Otherwise, Jessie here is in control of the unmute situation, so that should not be a problem. For masks, for people that will come here, the public seating at the back, we request people wear masks throughout. For people sitting at the submitter bench, we request that they keep masks on until it's their turn to talk. Now, everyone has seen the agenda, so we have 2 days of hearing, or really 1.5 days. Today, as I've said, we have the reporting planners, Rowena McDonald and Janine Kidd-Smith, talking to us for the first part of today, and open to any questions from the panel. We'll break approximately 10:30 for 20 minutes, and then we resume with Federated Farmers with Ria Dasent, followed by Transpower, who are zooming in that case. For lunch, roughly around 12:20, we have a 60-minute break, and then the afternoon sees Hort New Zealand, New Zealand Ag, Aviation and Aerospread before we have an afternoon tea. And then we have Hautuma Lime, Timata Mushrooms, First Gas, submitters coming in after afternoon tea, with a wrap-up from the reporting planners for today. I won't go over tomorrow, but tomorrow we have about a day and a half of submitters to be heard. Now, there's a few, like any hearings where there's multiple interests and multiple people involved, there are a number of interests that we need to identify now. First for me, I do work through my own personal thing for Transpower New Zealand, so I will not be here for listening to Transpower New Zealand submission at all, and I will not be part of any deliberations concerning the national grid or provisions relating to the national grid. And I think Commissioner Taylor, do you want to?
Yeah, I've just realised I did some work for Aerospread a couple of years ago as a client, so I haven't had any contact with them since, and don't continue to do any work for them, but I thought I'd better mention it as a potential conflict, but I will be taking part in the discussions and deliberations.
And one more is that Claire Price, who's the consulting planner for Hautuma and Timata Mushrooms, did used to work for Lochner School a few years ago now too, so I do know Claire. I think. Okay, I think that's all the preliminary matters to be covered off. If there's any questions or things I've missed, let me know. So just one thing too, we like last hearing, we learnt from hearing one, and that's to provide a 5-minute gap between submitters just to allow for the logistics of Zooms and people shuffling around and things. That people settle down and ready to go, and the panel members all ready to listen and ask questions. So if I can kickstart, and I think we're taking the reports as they are numbered, so from volumes 1 to 4. So Rowena, if you wouldn't mind starting.
Morning. I'm the reporting officer on volumes 1, 2 and 3 of the Section 42A report for the Rural Environment topic, and Janine Smith is on volume 4. I will give an opening brief outline of where we have landed with the evidence. Janine may want to jump in if she wants to. We have read through and considered all the evidence provided to the panel prior to the hearing. We acknowledge the comprehensive nature of evidence provided and the general support, overarching strategic direction for the rural environment adopted in the proposed plan. The rural environment has been the topic of the proposed plan that has undergone the most comprehensive change as a result of the district plan review. And the rural zone provisions in the PDP are a culmination of a lot of consultation with the community and the rural sector over a number of years. We consider this is reflected in the relatively small number of submitters seeking to attend this hearing and the small number of remaining matters in contention, which can be summarised as follows. So I'll just briefly list where we believe the outstanding matters are. So the first one is in key issue 1 in terms of definitions, and there's still a request for inclusion of a definition for highly productive land. In issue 2, there are remaining matters around the wording of the explanation to issue RLRI1, grammatical wording of policy RLRP3, the structure of policy RLRP4, and inclusion of a new RLR policy to capture access to reliable stored water resources to ensure the productive capacity of the land is maintained. In issue 3, there's a matter around the structure of policy RPROS P7. And in issue 4, there is some remaining outstanding matters around the wording of objective RPROS 05, the wording of policy RPROS P2, and inclusion of a new policy in the RPROS zone to consider the economic benefits derived from well-being, well-functioning and operating intensive primary production activities. So I think that should go into key issue 13. That's in the wrong spot. And there is in issue 5, there's the wording of objective GRUS 03 and additional wording requested for policy GRUS P7. In terms of issues 6, 7 and 8, which is around the rural zone, general zone and rural lifestyle zone rules and standards, the outstanding matters are around referring to the assessment matters for discretionary activities within the rules, deletion of the restaurant clauses in the activity threshold standard, request for a larger setback from neighbours for residential activities in the RPROS S6 setback from neighbours, provision for small sites less than 4,000 square metres created prior to notification of the plan to apply a reduced setback from neighbours and the relevant standards of those 3 zones. In terms of key issue 9, that's still an outstanding matter for submitters around the provisions for continuous tree planting along boundaries, and still requesting a reversion to the operative plan provisions there. Key issue 10, there are 2 matters there still outstanding in terms of the noise provisions related to audible bird scaring devices and frost fans. Key issue 7, the outstanding matters are in terms of the still requesting a stricter activity status for lifestyle subdivision in the RPROS and the wording of assessment matter submission SUB AM12 in relation to covenants and or consent notices on titles preventing further subdivision of amalgamated lots. Key issue 12 has 2 matters as well: treatment of greenhouses utilising hard stand area and the calculation of total building coverage in the standard RPROS S2, and conditions applying to permitted seasonal workers accommodation in both the GRUS R2 and RPROS R2 rules for seasonal workers accommodation. In issue 13, there is an issue outstanding in terms of the definition that's been recommended for intensive outdoor primary production and capturing feed pads and standoff pads. There's nothing in issue 14 outstanding. In issue 15, there is 4 matters. One is the provision for rural industry and the policy framework to align with the zone descriptors and the national planning standards. There's a matter for inclusion of intensive primary production in the amended objective RPOS 04. There's also replacing rural commercial activities with rural industry and policies, GRUS P3 and RPOS P3. In issue 16, there is still a request for renaming rules GRUS R9 and GRUS and RPOS R9, which are commercial activities not otherwise provided for, to instead relate to rural industry. And another matter requesting provision for small-scale rural industry up to 200 square metres, an amendment of the recommended new rules to restricted discretionary rather than discretionary activity status. Issue 17, that's still a matter, the whole issue, I guess, is in terms of the restrictions on agricultural aviation movements, rural airstrips, helicopter landing areas, etc., and the associated noise standards for those. Key issue 18, there is outstanding matters in terms of the setbacks from the national grid and setbacks from the gas transmission network. In terms of key issue 19, the activity status for camping grounds is still in contention, and activity status for community and educational facilities, and also the floor area limits for permitted activities are outstanding. And for the activity status for visitor accommodation and the request to include a limit of length of stay and number of guests that can be accommodated for permitted activities is still requested. And finally, key issue 20, there is some contention still around the need for and querying the appropriateness of recommended firefighting water supply standard for the rural zones. It's just a list. Want of help. There are some requested amendments and evidence that we consider are outside the scope of submissions. Some matters where we are unlikely to change our position from that, and some minor changes that we are considering accepting. We will address those in our right of reply. Matters relating to noise associated with bird scaring devices and frost fans are best put to Mr. Damien Allerton from Marshall Day Acoustics to address as Council's noise expert. He is available to the panel I see later tomorrow afternoon. I think he will also listen in on some of the matters. And we will provide any written response from Mr. Allerton as part of the right of reply. On the basis of the evidence provided at this point, there are some significant matters where we are considering amending our recommendations, which we propose to bring to your attention. So one of them is in relation to the shading from trees provisions. That's the first one. Both Fed Farmers and Hort New Zealand are opposed to the relevant rules and standards in this regard, and they don't accept that matters like health and vegetation, health of livestock, fire risk and safety risk of windfall are relevant issues for the district. They also do not support changing the title to continuous tree planting along boundaries. We are reconsidering the rationale for these provisions, not necessarily changing our recommendations, but we are going to review and maybe see if there's something that we might wish to change. That's just flagging to you now that that is one area that we are still reconsidering. The next one relates to seasonal workers accommodation provisions. There's been clarification provided by Hort New Zealand that they were only seeking deletion of one of the conditions, not both, one of the criteria, not both. And with the evidence presented, we are considering deleting the 24 maximum people accommodated condition contained in the rules, which we consider may be necessary given the gross floor area limits still applying. With respect to the recommended inclusion of a definition of intensive outdoor primary production, based on the evidence of Federated Farmers, we are considering changing the wording of this definition to address the unintended capture of feed pads and standoff pads, which weren't intended. In terms of the agricultural aviation movements and rural airstrips provisions, given the evidence from Hort New Zealand Fed Farmers, the Agricultural Aviation Association and Aerospread, and also Calder, we consider there is some considerable misunderstanding of how the rules and standards in the proposed plan work. And I have prepared a chart, which I thought may just provide a more visual interpretation of the rules, which may be of use to the panel, which is really just to kind of explain how the different parts work and how they interrelate. I'm happy to take for you to have a look at those, and if you have any questions, that's fine. But I guess the main thing that I want to sort of explain is that in terms of the agricultural aviation movements and ancillary production, the intention is that the activity itself be permitted, but in response to Steve Peoples' advice, he was of the opinion that it's okay to give them some exemption, but that if there's a lot of noise, then it's not necessarily appropriate. So he was of the opinion that 14 days where you've got no noise standards applying at all is okay, but beyond that, they should be complying with the rural airstrips or helicopter landing area noise standards, which are also specifically to those particular areas. So there's quite a bit of discussion on that and the evidence from the various submitters, so I'm anticipating there'll be a few questions on that as we go through the hearing. Mr. Steve People from Marshall Day Acoustics is available tomorrow afternoon, I imagine, to explain his technical advice on that regard. And if you have any questions, we will provide any written response from Mr. People as part of the right of reply. For clarification and consistency, though, we are considering possible amendments to rules R4 and APROS R4, which is the Agricultural Aviation Movements Ancillary Primary Production rules in the rural zones, to specify the requirement to comply with standard GRUS S10 and APROS S11, which is the requirement to adhere to the noise provisions of the plan in order for those to be permitted activities. And that really just clarifies that those do apply as the plan is written. It just will make it more in keeping with how we've addressed it in the other rules. So that will clarify that standard noise S5, 10 and 11 applies to such movements. We are also recommending inclusion of a new definition for hard stand, possibly adapting the definition in the Hastings plan to address the issue raised by the holders of a compacted airstrip being included in the calculation of total building coverage under standard APROS S2. Turning to the setback from gas transmission network, while we still recognise the national, regional and local importance of the gas transmission network, in response to Federated Farmers' evidence that the PDP setbacks of 20 metres are far in excess of the 12-metre width, with an additional 4 metres for each additional pipeline of the legal easement agreements First Gas has with private landowners, we are considering whether there is clear justification for retaining the setbacks in GRUS S12 and S14. If the standards are to be retained, we consider this should be on the basis of First Gas having provided clear justification for requiring setbacks greater than those already afforded them under the legal easement agreements they have with landowners. We note that Transpower has provided considerable technical evidence to support including setback standards from the national grid. In relation to community facilities, educational facilities and visitor accommodation provisions, the evidence of Port New Zealand has indirectly raised an issue with the recommended amendments to policies GRUS P2 and APROS P2 in response to other submission points. The recommended amendments have inadvertently removed the policy basis in the notified plan for providing for small-scale community facilities, etc., as permitted activities in the rural zones. We still support the recommended amendment wording for those two policies, but are reconsidering how we can ensure the original intent of the policies as notified is still retained within the policy framework for rural zones. In terms of the firefighting water supply, as requested by the panel, we have consulted with FENZ and have settled on wording for a new standard for requiring firefighting water supply in rural areas to be provided for all buildings, excluding accessory buildings that do not include a habitable room. And this is what where we've landed is where we're comfortable with, and that avoids the need to broadly reference compliance with the Firefighting Water Supplies Code of Practice. In response to concerns raised by some of the submitters, we wish to clarify that under the recommended standard, there would be no requirement to retrofit existing buildings. It would only apply to new buildings. If the panel is of mind to incorporate the standard, we consider the standard as agreed with FENZ as preferable, as it contains certainty for planning users. In addition to the above, in relation to rural industry, there are a couple of matters raised in evidence which we'd like to comment on. We do not agree with Hort New Zealand that the rules as recommended do not provide for small-scale rural industry or businesses as permitted activity. The proposed plan, as notified, includes significant provision for post-harvest facilities, which are a form of rural industry and are clearly related to the primary productive purpose of the general rural and rural production zones. Post-harvest facilities includes pack houses, cool stores and wineries, use of the site for the collection and distribution of horticultural products, on-site servicing and maintenance of vehicles and equipment associated with the activities, amongst other things, and are provided for in rules RUS R6 and RPROS R6 as permitted activities subject to conditions. Related to this, Hort New Zealand and Silverfern Farms suggests that the reference to associated rural industry and activities that require a rural location in the National Planning Standard zone descriptors requires the zone rules to provide for such activities with a permissive activity status. We disagree. The purpose section of the National Planning Standards states, the purpose of the first set of, and I'm quoting here, the purpose of the first set of National Planning Standards is to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the planning system by providing nationally consistent structure, format, definitions, noise and vibration metrics, electronic functionality and accessibility for regional policy statements, regional plans, district plans, and combined plans under the RMA. The planning standards do not alter the effect or outcomes of policy statements or plans. End of quote. The National Planning Standards are essentially intended to standardise the structure of and terms used in the plan, but are not intended to dictate what a particular district enables or discourages in a particular area. In terms of the zone descriptors, there are a limited number of options from which councils must choose based on the best fit for what is intended to be addressed within the zone. St Hawke's Bay District Council has chosen rural production zone and general rural zone to cover its working rural areas. Both of these indicate the descriptors that the zones, and I emphasise the first word, may also be used for a range of activities that support primary production activities, including associated rural industry and other activities that require a rural location. From the National Planning Standards descriptor. Therefore, we consider the approach of the submitters ignores not only the clear purpose statement in the National Planning Standards, which is not to affect the outcomes of plans, but also ignores the word may in the descriptors. The reference to those additional activities simply means that if rural industry or other activities are provided for, the zone descriptor can still be used. Those activities might or might not be enabled within the rural production or general rural zones. I have to say at this point.
Thank you. So that covers all of the reports that you reviewed.
Yes.
So would you like questions now, or shall we?
Yep, we can take questions whenever.
Whatever.
Well, there's quite a few topics there.
Yes.
If I turn to my fellow commissioners, who would like to kick off with questions?
Inevitably, I have questions. Okay, let's start with volume 1. And just to note, some of my questions are just, they might seem out there, but they're just to clarify things in my own mind, if nothing else, and some are just relevant to later conversation. So, So just on the, I'm looking at paragraph 4.3.7 of your volume 1.
3.7, yeah.
And just noting the difference between the submitters 1 hectare and the proposed 50 hectares. And I just wondered whether there is a middle ground there is a determination to have 50 hectares. Like a really big broad difference between the two, whereas in some cases we're talking meters for other things, we're talking 1 and 50. Can you just give me a bit of context on that one? Again, anything that you say, right of reply.
I guess the request from the submittal was to change a definition. And the definition is taken from the National Environmental Standard for Plantation Forestry. So to change, I don't think we have the ability to change the definition. That's how it's been defined in law.
And 4.3.14. This is the question I'll have. I was probably to you too, Janine. I think I noted it. I might have noted it in yours as well. Around camping grounds. So of course we've had this discussion actually with urban environment as well. And just looking, it might be not be just probably an overarching question, just in terms of 4.3.14, but subsequently when we start talking about the definition of camping grounds and also their environment. When I was looking at the definition, it seemed quite broad, and so I just wondered if you could give me your thoughts. Anyway, also on looking at it, it seemed that you had it's any land, and while there is a financial component, it also includes donation, which in my world means koha. So if you had a couple of caravans visit temporarily over the Christmas holidays, that suddenly sounds like a camping ground, with one family in one and one person in another. I'm assuming that's not the intent, but it sort of is very much how I read it. And if you can put me through if there are other things I need to consider in terms of the context of that definition. I just wondered whether it was actually catching more than was intended, because in my world, in South Auckland, it was a camping ground was very big, with lots of caravans and things like that. It's not one or two potential caravans on the back of land that people are visiting for Christmas and give a koha for the electricity they use. See what I mean? Because that has a real broad ramification for what that means broadly in terms of what we might be looking at when we're talking about changing permitted, discretionary and all of those sort of things. I'm pretty sure my relations turning up for kids don't want to have to get a resource consent.
No, I don't think it's intended to capture that.
See it as a sort of straight reading.
Yeah, I think camping ground would have a feeling, people would understand the difference between a camping ground and having a couple of caravans on someone.
I'm saying that if somebody wanted to be particular, Christmas holidays, the cousins next door and the caravans are really noisy.
Yeah.
They go to the council and say, well, actually, it's a camping ground on the basis of this definition.
That's your point. That's something we can.
Think about it, but it's just something that we identified, because if you think about it, we've had this conversation in terms of urban environment, and now we're having this conversation in terms of rural environment. There's almost a feeling of, if not here, where. So understanding what fits within that definition, what's intended to be that definition, will help us when we're looking at these submissions and the discussion around what level of activity status it goes directly to the definition. So perhaps we're not going to have that conversation now, but it's something that we'd like to highlight. Um, Just a question on 5.3.9, from my understanding of Crystal on volume 1. I haven't moved. 5.3.9, when you say with the piece of adding and associated amenities in brackets, what does it mean from a planning point of view, based on brackets 5.3.9? Yeah, page 31, sorry.
I'm wondering whether, just trying to get my head into that, I think maybe what I was considering at the time was that it's not the associated amenity that's have to read, I just think that there's.
Yeah, you could. It's just like, I wasn't quite sure, you know, if we're going to have associated amenity, in my world, if you put brackets on it, it's slightly less than, you know, and so if it's slightly less than, then can we clarify that? But I'm not a planner. And then the final question I had around this report, and actually it's a commonality question I have in other reports, which I'll be raising with some of the submitters. It's just around 5.3, it's 21, 22, 23 in the same report. So next page over 32. And it comes to this conversation that we're clearly having between the role of the national grid and the implications on rural activities, and what seems to be a level of conflict between the two in terms of how they interact. So I was just interested from your perspective, having looked at the rural environment and the activities under the plan, the proposed plan. Do you have a view of the scale, perhaps, between the impact of reality that we have to have the national grid in some way, shape, form in our rural environment, and the impact on the activities of the rural environment, utilising the provisions of the plan? So, how, you know, contextually from a plan perspective, how big do you think this issue is? Was it?
I mean, the national grid exists, and I mean, it would only really have any more significant implications if there was to be a new grid.
Sorry, I'm going to be asking that question.
And then, I mean, I think the expectation then would be that it would probably be designated, which would have its own restrictions. And there would be another process that would go through for that as well. So I think in the existing situation, farmers know it's there, it's been there for quite some time. It would just affect buildings and structures. So my expectation is that it would have quite limited effect on the existing situation.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably put a few questions to the submitters, so I might come back to you. I do note the comment Port New Zealand made in respect to the use of the standards, the electricity code of practice, and also the comment from Transpower about that not being the only relevant aspect of the setbacks and others. So of course, Transpower have asked for more beyond the code of practice. So I might come back to you having heard the the submitters on that point as to, is there a middle ground? I know we're only talking about meters, so it's also a conversation about content. But if we get something to highlight that before we come back to you all. I did go through Ms. Wolf's. You've actually. So I'll put it into that. So perhaps just a couple of things, which is, I think, volume 3. It's about RLR, so it's the evidence we received from the Australia Settlement Trust. It's the Daesh, and just relating to water storage and a new policy, RLR PX. And you'll be aware that, of course, we had the conversation about the Makaroto provision in the SNAs, and we had legal advice and feedback in the right of reply about potentially placing it in the strategic section of the plan, or something of it in relation to water storage. And the feedback that there wasn't really any scope for that because I would ask for that. Given we have this evidence from Mr. Daesh in terms of RLR PX, and I do note that the writer in that report, Rowena, asked for both some clarity as to the resource management issue and a section 32AA evaluation, both of which he has provided. Do you have a perspective on its appropriateness, that clause's appropriateness, and or the appropriateness of having something? Well, you know, if we're contemplating the placement of something like the Makaroto provision in the SNA, something that highlights water storage, perhaps you should utilising the
I guess having read the evidence from the submitter on this thing, I'm of the view that it's I guess we've had some thinking about it while recognising that access to water is really important in terms of as an issue for Settles Bay, has droughts, etc. I don't think that the way that the policy, the way they're approaching policy is linking it to the maintenance of the productive capacity of the land, and I think that it's appropriate to link those two, because the land is productive, is identified as productive, highly productive land, with or without the water storage. So
But if you're saying that we have a drought issue and we have highly productive land,
but if I guess my concern is that the land's been identified as highly productive, even though it has little or no access to water at this time, it's still highly productive. You want to maintain the productive capacity of the land. It's not about, you don't need, if you peg it to water storage, that's almost implying that it isn't highly productive then at the moment. And
but wouldn't you say highly productive needs water, it needs sun? I mean, we're not saying don't peg it to the weather.
In terms of the policy in the plan, if you're the plan, they're asking to link the water storage to ensuring the productive capacity of the land. And what I'm concerned about is making that link when actually it's productive land anyway. So I guess we haven't come to a firm conclusion on that, but we're struggling with and the fact that water storage itself is actually a regional function. So in a district plan setting, the district plan would be considering the infrastructure around the water storage, not the water storage itself. So there's kind of that overlapping of getting into regional council functions as well that I just think we would need to think through.
On that basis, wouldn't that negate having the Makaroto clause, the reference to water storage and SNAs?
From my understanding, the policy and that chapter is around addressing the fact that it's been identified as an outstanding landscape. It's not about promoting necessarily water storage in essence. It's about acknowledging that there is a water storage consent that's live and it's now been identified as an outstanding natural landscape or natural feature, and acknowledging that there is that has occurred, and make sure the plan doesn't forget that. It's not necessarily promoting water storage across the district.
Last question, and this one's again in volume 3, and it's a nuanced one because it's a question I had working through the volumes about when we can impact national standards, or when national standards become so impactful that they may or may not take away from the context of the environment we're dealing with. And one of those questions was around the tomato mushrooms request around intensive primary production definition and composting, which of course is a natural byproduct of what they do in terms of mushroom standard. Now, I understand that the definition, the national standards has a definition of intensive primary production, and in your reference in volume 3, paragraph 3.37.
Volume 1, sorry.
Volume 3, I skipped. So in that you say, similarly with the recommendation to adopt the national standards definition of
Sorry, I'm catching up.
3.3, sorry, 3.3.
Yep.
So in that you note that, as with intensive indoor primary production, there is no ability to amend the definition to specify the production of compost as sought by tomato mushrooms. Now, I understand what you're saying, but the national standards also enable, for the obvious reasons which you were talking about earlier, recognise that, there are local conditions and local matters, and national standards by their nature can't cover everything. So the text at the front of the mandatory directives and definition standards actually allow for, they provide a couple of provisos that allow for some nuance, including subcategories and the such, where or a narrow application or an additional term. And I just sort of wonder, particularly in terms of subcategory, any such definition must be consistent with the higher level definition of the definition list. We are talking about composting that's connected to fungi and all those sort of things. I sort of saw in some context that might be a means of dealing with it. Did you consider that when you looked at 3.3.7 and the question of, it's not providing specifically for composting in that, in the full definition, whether you could use a couple of one or other of these provisos?
I guess that would, in terms of the composting, would that be ancillary to the growing of the fungi?
Well, the submission request was to include it in the definition.
Yeah,
What you said is that you can't include it in the definition. What I'm saying is, have you considered the provisos in the national standards that actually allow you to provide some sort of local context such as that?
I think.
And I think for me, it's just, this is across the volumes. There are various places where you say for this reason or that for reason, in terms of the national standards and definitions, we can't do it because the definition is X. And so my question was, well, okay, but there are some provisos there for local.
I guess you could have another term, which you then apply to and have a set of rules associated with that activity as a separate activity.
Or even a subcategory, as I said, there's the option for an additional term that do not have the same or equivalent meaning of the term defined. But with composting, because it does sort of have a link, I would say, potentially to this, you might look at it as a subcategory or something like that. So then we've got these two options.
Yeah,
I think it's quite as hard and fast as saying
guess-
national standards say X.
I guess composting is not juicing in terms of growing. Is it I think, I would possibly consider it more of a rural industry than an intensive primary production activity.
I can raise it with Tomato and they can tell me what they think it is. But I think
we have to be very careful about how we
yeah, I guess the Tomato is the example. And the other is my sort of overarching question of, as you've worked your way through these definitions and things like that, have you turned your mind to these two options as well? Because we've got these definitions, or these references to national standard definitions throughout the volumes. And that was my wondering. It's like, as you've worked through, have you considered, or would you consider these?
Yeah, I think yes, we have. The composting aspect of mushroom growing is probably kind of a bit of an outlier in terms of how what we consider of intensive primary production. But it's kind of part and parcel of the growing of the mushroom. So that, yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
Compost production could occur anywhere, and it's not necessarily even related to the land that it's on.
In this case, you could look at a subcategory that said compost derived from fungi, which is connected to, specifically referred to in the definition of indoor.
And
whatever it is.
there's also an element of, if it's just an activity that's set up on a site that is going to produce compost sent around the country or around the area, it's not necessarily even, if it's just a straight sort of rural industry versus some composting that's done to support the tomato, the mushroom growing on the site, which then it is ancillary, and there's a relationship between that and the primary production on the land, or the intensive production.
It would be good to have a context in that respect. But those were, the rest of my questions are, I really sort of picked up from responded to a while raised with Sabrina.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a ancillary question to that one? Would that, would compost accidentally, or could it then come under fertilizer definition because it is a solid mix of substances or biological compounds in solid or liquid form that encourages the growth, productivity or quality of plants? Like that's, could that have an unintended consequence into that fertilizer definition? Fungi isn't in there, but
Well, the composting itself doesn't use fungi, it uses chicken manure and hay. So it's sort of it's like a form of fertilizer processing facility. Whereas, fertilizer, you could have Ravensdown, for example, that would be a rural industry producing fertilizer. Yeah. I don't know if the two are the same thing, the growing sort of medium,
Could be both rural industry.
but both rural industry use. I suppose it's a production versus use.
Well, there's some questions which you've answered already, and others I think are great for to hear the submitters or the right of reply. A lot of my questions are around clarity of definitions, so we could segue from what we've just had. One of the concerns, and it may just be my befuddled mind around definitions and various things, and composting is just one of them. And I've been looking quite closely at the national planning standards, and there's some real quirks that we have to live with, but we can work around, as Commissioner Lovell said, there is scope for the plan to have its own definitions if it's not covered by the national planning standards, or if it's a nesting approach, nesting definition kind of thing that fits in with under something. And I'm just wondering whether there's scope for a little bit of thinking that. I'm happy to be fully corrected and say, no, we've covered every base there is. And I'm just wondering whether a little flow chart might be good, because you're very good at flow charts, and I'm thinking with primary production, the flow chart down from that, does the plan capture all the potential types of intensive, in particular, production, primary production? I mean, I look at intensive indoor primary production in the national planning standards, and here's a quirk. It can only mean growing fungi, keeping or rearing livestock, except calf rearing or poultry. No other form of intensive one. So I was thinking, what about glasshouse production for tomatoes and other things? Where does that fit in within the category of land uses and things? Is that intensive or not? Is it caught by it? So just it would be helpful, I think, for us just to see how they all fit, whether they are all captured properly.
Is there a particular submission that's?
There were, I think it was New Zealand and things, just raised a question for me. It might not have been a specific submission relief sought by a submitter, but it was around the definitions and whether everything's captured by the plan. It might be that the generals of primary production captures things like tomato production and things like that. But I just wouldn't mind a bit of a clarity around that today or. And another clarity point is, and again, it's a quirk of the national planning standards, but it kind of, I think, it's sort of rolled into the district plan. So let me just scroll up. The National Planning Standards has a definition for accessory buildings. Detached building, use of which is as ancillary. It's to the use of any buildings or an activity on the site. So excluding minor residential units. And then there's ancillary activity itself, which is an activity that supports or subsidiary to a primary activity. So I think the district plan uses ancillary buildings quite a bit. I think that may just be a point of consistency, whether that could just be lined up with the NPS. Not, so there's a real reason to have ancillary buildings as opposed to accessory buildings. Just touching on the camping grounds issue here. I don't know if you know, but I mean, how big an issue has it been for the district in terms of complaints and issues around caravan parks or camping facilities, sort of informal? Are you aware of?
The camping ground. Well, yeah, there was I remember when we started reviewing the plan, there was a camping ground that was quite contentious. Councillor Aiken may recall where that was. And that was in addition to a camping ground on the coast, Wainak, was that. But that was consented.
Went through a consent.
we think. But I couldn't tell you about complaints or you have to ask the council and council staff.
I think we've got a question from.
Separate to new topics. If we
Oh, new topic. Okay, well, I'll stay on a roll. You
Stay on a roll.
Let's just touch on that one. I had some questions around the tree planting things, but I may wait until I see your reconsidered thoughts on. One thing that I wouldn't mind a little bit of advice on is this 3-year limit around subdivision, changing topics quite remarkably. Why 3 years? I mean, in some ways, 3 years is not a lot of time. I think you're putting consent through the thing and then getting title and what's the basis of the 3-year sort of threshold for then reapplying?
So I guess the short answer for that one, without too much thinking about it, is that that approach has been taken in the Hastings District Plan and has worked well in terms of slowing down the fragmentation of rural land resource by limiting how often that can occur. And I think by all accounts that is working quite well. 3 years, I guess, is a figure, but it's the figure that Hastings used, so it would make sense to follow similar, being a neighbouring council in the same region. Yes.
Okay, that's useful information, thank you. Most questions all relate to that. This is a really minor. On page 11 of the second report, it is note 3.13. This is a titling thing of around artificial crop protection structures. And I'm thinking there's a bit of surplus wording there. Isn't the structure artificial anyway? Was there some sort of differentiation?
Can you
So
just
top of page 11, volume 3.
volume 3? So your question is why call it artificial crop protection structure as opposed to crop protection structure? So it's just a term that's been around for a while and it's been accepted as the kind of the
Right.
name, I guess, like greenhouse or I can't remember why the word artificial is there, other than that's how farmers and the sector refer to them. Yeah, it might be a question for Port New Zealand, perhaps.
Thank you. Sorry. Just a couple more questions. I had some questions about the same point that Commissioner Lover was asking around composting. Yeah. Okay, my sort of nesting around this issue around primary production and intensive primary production and outdoor indoors came from summary that you did, the recommended changes and new definitions on page 30 to 1 of volume 3. That's sprung from my sort of just thinking, does that capture everything? All the possible heights. Production. That's all my questions for you.
Couple of clarifications. I've been trying to find the definition of intensive primary production. Where is that?
Chair, page 31 of volume 3 has the recommended definition. So intensive primary production needs to be defined as intensive indoor primary production or intensive outdoor primary production. So then we've adopted the National Planning Standards definition for primary production, and then we have picked up a definition of intensive outdoor primary production. But we have it, as I said at the beginning, we are considering that maybe that definition of outdoor primary production is.
I'm just trying to find it. Like
It doesn't mention stuff that maybe it shouldn't, so.
the other one was, I'm just looking at your chart you gave us on airstrip movements or flight movements. So on the page here with rural airstrips and have got landing areas. That one, whatever page that is, 1, 2, 3. It says here, so newer expansion of existing rural airstrips, so they can do 100 movements per year. So what you're saying here is 1,000, sorry. So what you're saying here is any rural airstrip that's there now, there's no restriction on it.
Existing rural strips have
Yeah.
existing use rights,
So
but I suppose if they increase scale intensity, then that would be considered expansion. Wouldn't be covered by existing use rights.
calf rearing, it says specific time period. What is that?
I think that might also be in the national plan standards. I think isn't that to I feel like that's to so that you don't capture short-term rearing of calves in a normal primary production setting. So the intensive indoor primary production provision talks about principally occurring within buildings, people rearing livestock, and then it's got excluding calf rearing for a specified time period. I think that is to avoid capturing where you might have your calves in for a little while. I'm not a farmer, so we're good at explaining this, but
I was more,
as opposed to growing them in there permanently.
is there a set time? Like, is it 100 days a year? Or?
Good question. Yeah,
Spring and autumn.
possibly where my knowledge of farming is not helpful.
No, but just picking up on that, how does, in a planning sense, how do you think that definition is intended to, work in practice? Does the district plan have to specify that time for this to be in or out?
Yeah. I guess if you're going to have an argument with someone over it, then it would be useful to have it in the plan, but yeah, I guess it's not something we've turned our mind to.
I think Commissioner Level has a
Yeah,
question.
just a couple more questions. Just on the aviation point, I understand aviation. Why 14 days? Why not 20 days? Why? What was the premise for that number?
That's a good question to ask Steve. I think Steve People, sorry for Marshall Day Acoustics. I think his thinking was that, you know, any number is arbitrary, and it's a trigger. So he felt that 14 days, and you'd best to ask him really, but and him talking to me about it, he was like, I'm comfortable with having 14 days where they can go holus bolus.
Just from following on the point about cast, from a planning perspective, is it 14 consecutive days? Do you pick the days? How does it work practically in terms of, like, if you've got a really big weekend, can you go, oh, those are my days that I'm picking out of the 14? How does it work?
Yeah, it could be, yeah. Yeah, so it's definitely, it's specifically not consecutive, from my understanding.
And just on something completely different, back to greenhouses, volume 3, paragraph 2.3.3. I promise this is my last question. I had a question around the whole greenhouses and potential for causing the loss of productive soil. So greenhouses on highly productive land. I guess any large commercialized greenhouse has the potential to affect highly productive land. What ones are you thinking won't in some way use? So are you talking about hydroponics or something like that? Is that what you mean to James?
Yeah, I think yes.
2.3.3?
I think from my thinking, the standard around total building coverage, which this is related to, is around when the land is covered and you lose that land from productive use. And so that's why that's why the district plan has an exclusion for those where it's grown in the ground, because that's not actually affecting the productive land. It's still available for productive use and it still has that productive capacity. Whereas as soon as you seal over the top of it, it no longer is. It's just like any other building at that point.
Is it the sealing over?
Yes.
I guess I'm wondering in terms of the hydroponics, if that's the relevant example, they would still want to be in that area because of course it's close to all the other ancillary activities that are connected to it. Would that be the case?
It's arguable, possibly, but not necessarily. I think hydroponics is probably something that could be in an industrial zone. There's no definite connection to needing land in order to produce the hydroponics aspect of it.
I can't really think of anything else. It was only hydroponics that I could think of that wouldn't be using the soil in a greenhouse. Is there anything else that you could think of? I mean, I'm just thinking I might be asking this question of Hort New Zealand. So
Yeah. Greenhouses for flowers that use the soil. Go straight into the soil, don't they? Or do they? Nothing comes to mind. Good question for Hort New Zealand, I think.
and I'll ask them.
Yes, yeah.
That's what
Taylor.
Yeah, I've got one. Here's your one. Could you clarify the need to include mobile pig shelters but not poultry roosts? What's the rationale between the difference between the two? Page 16, I think. And one.
So this was in relation to
Ancillary buildings and structures and a primary production. I think it sort of came up a couple of times. I just wondered why we specifically need to specify mobile pig shelters but not include poultry roosts.
shelters and. So, okay, in terms of the definition, so that's page 14, so ancillary buildings and structures, primary production. Mobile heat shelters as being ancillary to hearing, I guess.
And then on page 16,
And then
4.319.
so they're seeking a new definition for free range poultry farming in this sense. So I guess I was just saying in my analysis that I don't think they needed a definition of free range poultry farming because things like open air runs and weatherproof buildings for roosting would also fall in as ancillary buildings to primary production.
So why don't mobile pig shelters?
They do. Well, that's what, yeah.
I
So
like specifying it though.
Oh,
I
specifying.
wondered
I guess-
why the,
I guess there are examples. There's a whole bunch of examples in there, and I think Hawkins would ask for it to be in there. Maybe it's just to add another one to the list. I don't think it necessarily excludes anything. It just adds another example. So I was okay with that. I was comfortable with that.
sticking with ancillary buildings, but this is going towards key issue 7 with the setbacks. Is it an option for ancillary buildings to have no setback? I've got a Bruce standard here, but I'm just don't know whether to read you to page 50 I've written down, but I'm not sure. Issue 7 will be volume 2.
Have got some exclude, we are recommending some exclusions, we have got some exclusions around accepting domestic storage tanks. Yeah, that's, we've considered. I don't think it's come up through the submissions. So we may not have considered that.
Well, I've written it as if it has, so I'll try to bring that up again, Mr. Chair, when it if it arises later.
Thank you. I'm just aware of the time. Can I just turn to the flow charts around aviation provisions that you provided this morning? I haven't got the time else to sort of know whether this responds to all the issues raised. I'm thinking in particular the legal submission from Matthew Dawson. Are you aware that it would be good for them to have copies of this as soon as possible so they can say, that sorts that out, or no, it doesn't sort this issue out, or
Yeah,
in working days?
If you wish to share it with submitted, I'm fairly comfortable with that. It's really just a summary of what's in the plan. So it's,
Okay, but you've got no specific response to his legal submission? I know it only came in very late.
there were some inaccuracies in there, and I think there was an interesting actually question that you might want to ask about we're talking about 100 movements a day.
Mhm.
I find
Or
that-
50, flights.
Yeah, I find that somewhat, but I don't know whether that was a intentional. Yeah. I haven't had a lot of thought about that other than he seemed to understand, the submitter seemed to understand the way that the noise provisions work, which other submitters hadn't caught on to.
Mhm.
I thought doing a lot of thought.
Well, he may, with advance notice, he may be able to respond to some of these. And he might be able to respond. Okay, I'm just aware of the time. If there's any burning questions from the panel, maybe hand over to one burning point.
One thing I did note down around that is I think it's really important to clarify that the Calder's certificate of compliance for their airstrip is effectively a resource consent in terms of it. So, you know, it has longevity. So I think they're going to be further restricted by the provisions of the plan necessarily. Yeah.
Hand over to Janine to talk to her report. Volume 4.
I had
We've covered it all
I've
off.
covered it all.
yes, whether
I know.
there's-
Yeah.
There's one from me while people are thinking around the. You're coming back to us with some further thoughts around accommodation for seasonal workers and things. Was that part of your read?
Yes, so one of the things that we thought that we hadn't appreciated when we'd looked at the submission. They were requesting, we had read it incorrectly, they had requested limited gross floor area and the 24 were being requested for deletion, but actually in hindsight and obvious that reads they only want one, and in that case, and then they've given us a reason why you don't need both, and our preference is to keep the gross floor area, and we're quite comfortable removing the accommodation, the number accommodated. That kind of gross floor area kind of dictates how many we can fit.
I remember now the point that Lynette made around the number versus the.
Yeah, there's something like, that one number that sticks in my mind is she said 12 people in a van. But yeah, I think it worked out that pretty close to it. It might have been around 20 that she thought fit in a 100. Remember exactly. Yeah, I'm sure she will be able to.
And there's a little bit, just a question in my mind. There seems to be a sort of correlation between the scale of either visitor accommodation or camping, whatever, facilities around scale versus its sensitivity, its reduced sensitivity effects. And I'm just thinking that even a small facility could raise the same issues as a bigger one. And I was just interested in your thoughts around how the use of scale as a proxy for sensitivity.
Yeah, I guess the scale does kind of limit the numbers of people that are going to get into an environment like that, I guess, from that perspective. But remembering there's other standards as well that assist with reverse sensitivity in terms of setback requirements, which would assist in creating a kind of a buffer of sorts. And from intensive primary production as well.
Right.
Yeah.
So basically, the more people that are on a site, the more chances there are of complaints.
And I guess that's why we mentioned before that one of the inadvertent losses from making changes in response to other submitters was that policy 2 in both the general rule and the rural action zone is about recognising that rural communities also require some of those facilities in order to provide for their own people, and so so the rules are around acknowledging that need for community halls, for small early childhood type environments, for some ability to have visitor accommodation and all those kinds of things, which are all part and parcel of Central Hawke's Bay's rural environment. As much as primary production is the big thing, they support primary production in that sense, but they may not specifically directly support. They are about the community. So we wanted to make sure that doesn't get lost.
Any questions? Okay, no. I think we're all saving ourselves to listening to the submitters today and then coming back at the end of the hearing and hearing your response to that. So thank you for your time. If we just took a break now, that's all right. And put the adjourn the hearing. Convene the hearing number 3 for the Central Hawke's Bay proposed district plan. And the topic is all things rural. We've just been having an interesting side conversation about calf rearing, but we'll move on to other topics now. So on the agenda, we have Ria Dacent here for Federated Farmers, who's provided a short summary response to various matters arising, and we'll talk to that very shortly. Following that, we do have a presentation from Transpower, several people from or on behalf of Transpower. Now, as I declared at the beginning of this hearing, I do have a direct conflict of interest with having Transpower here, so I will pull a blank face when Ria here talks about the national grid, and then when or just before Transpower come online, I will leave the room and I will not take part of any deliberations concerning the national grid, and leave it to Loretta here to chair that session of the hearing and any deliberations that follow from that. So having said that, the floor is over to you, Ria.
Thank you very much, and it's my pleasure to be here again in front of you today. So in my statement of evidence, Federated Farmers actually supported quite a number of the policies. We were fairly happy with the farming enabling provisions, and I today really want to focus on 2 particular outstanding matters, which are relating to network utility companies operating on private property, which is the National Grid Yard and Force Transmission. For other matters, I rely on my statement of evidence, and I also support on rural industry and rural aviation. So I'm going to go to paragraph 4 of my statement. And we'd just like to note, provisions that protect network utility companies can have negative impacts on landowners who generously host this public infrastructure. District plan provisions can be unnecessary duplication of already existing rules at best, and at worst be conflicting. My first topic is the National Grid Yard. The Federated Farmers does recognise the importance of electricity transmission and the importance of enabling Transpower's ability to operate and maintain their assets. We recognise the national policy statement for electricity transmission and the obligation to comply with it. We agree that health and safety is important, and also do not want farmers and landowners to be unsafe or electrocuted. However, it is equally important that landowners and farmers can continue to use their own property with confidence, and that their farming activities are not unjustly limited by a guest on their land. Farmers live every day with the national grid on their properties. It would be inefficient and unproductive to limit daily and ubiquitous farming activities like fences and sheds for the benefit of a Transpower activity that only occurs once every 10 years. Farming predates the national grid, and it was a grievous oversight that legal easement agreements were not always negotiated at the time of national grid development. Transpower are now making up for this problem by imposing extra restrictions through district plans, which outsources monitoring and enforcement onto councils. Transpower is not always an easy tenant, and for some landowners, their use and enjoyment of their own property has been impacted without compensation. It is our fear that retrospective compensation is further away than ever, given that district plans and other regulations give Transpower what it desires without the need to pay compensation for hindering the use of land. Federated Farmers considers that the national grid and farming are land uses that can coexist as long as each other's operational requirements are met. The RMA does not prioritise one land use over another, but requires balance and consideration for the well-being of all parties. Farming and landowner rights must not be trampled while seeking to protect electricity transmission. I'm going to skip to 10. Federated Farmers seeks that the district plan provisions are consistent with existing instruments and not more onerous. These existing regulations already achieve the resource management issues that the district plan is trying to address. So there is no need for the district plan to be stricter. So we largely accept the National Grid Yard rules in section 42A report, but this is with the exception of the missing 8 metre setback from poles and the requirement for vehicular access. And the reason why we accept most of those provisions is because Federated Farmers has been highly involved in the development of them over the last decade. And I myself personally since it emerged in Western Bay of Plenty in 2011. So our only concern is that those last 2 points are what's different about this district plan compared to others. We are concerned that provisions intended to manage the effects of urban development on the national grid will end up unnecessarily restricting farming. Farming should not be considered a risk to transmission. It doesn't compromise Transpower's ability to operate and maintain their assets, and nor does it cause reverse sensitivity. In her evidence, Ms. Whitney for Transpower says certain structures such as hay barns, pump sheds and implement sheds are less problematic on the basis they are unlikely to build out a transmission line. I agree with her. The occasional farm shed will not hinder Transpower's maintenance and operations activities, nor will it cause reverse sensitivity. There are all sorts of activities that occur under and near lines today: roads, highways, railways, electricity distribution lines, urban land uses. So farming is an activity that only has minor risk comparatively. Allowing a farm shed to be built up to 8 metres from a pole, as consistent with NZEC P34, will not disrupt national grid operation, maintenance or emergency needs. It is the urban zones where being built out is a genuine issue, not the rural ones. An 8 metre setback from a pole is both consistent with NZEC P34 and with Policy 11 of the National Policy Statement, which directs an appropriate buffer zone be provided. If Transpower considers 8 metres to be inadequate, they need to change NZECP. The district plan must not set up a situation where a structure that is between 8 and 12 metres of a pole is simultaneously permitted under the code and yet not under the district plan rules. Is vehicular access. So I'm going to start with paragraph 17 in the interest of time. Mr. Cartwright's discussion in paragraph 6.56 saying that a planning regime should prevent the construction of fences near the national grid concerns me. I agree that fences have a voltage hazard, which is why Federated Farmers agrees with the fence setbacks in section 2.3 of the code. But Mr. Cartwright's purpose for preventing fences is because of access to the national grid, saying that it would create unnecessary costs and delays. This makes me concerned that there's an unrealistic expectation that Transpower can drive across a farm as the crow flies to the national grid. It's not viable to have such a level of district plan control that a farmer cannot fence their paddocks to suit their daily farming business in order to provide a clear route to the national grid, which is only used occasionally by Transpower. Transpower can drive around the fences to gates and negotiate with farmers as to when and where fences need to be lowered and reinstalled by Transpower later. The district plan shouldn't create a major permanent imposition on farming while seeking to avoid minor inconvenience to Transpower. The risk of access to the national grid structures being built out is an urban issue, not a rural one. Ms. Whitney's evidence says restoring supply becomes challenging if transmission lines are difficult to access due to intensive developments that may be constructed under or around them. Rural zones and farms are unlikely to have the intensive development that Transpower fears will prevent their access. Planned maintenance will be scheduled in advance with plenty of time to negotiate access with the farmer. And remember that the farmer can't refuse access under Section 23 of the Electricity Act. But section 23D enables them to set reasonable conditions on access, like the route taken. In an emergency, Transpower is excused from giving prior notice. Neither planned nor emergency access justifies district plan rules that undermine a landowner's legislative right to negotiate routes while providing access to the national grid. So the final topic is the gas transmission network. Federated Farmers seeks that all provisions for the gas transmission network are deleted. This is not to say we don't think gas transmission is important, but rather because legal easement agreements already protect this infrastructure by requiring a no build, no dig zone. These easements are at least 12 metres, and I assume this is 12 metres in total, so 6 metres either side of the gas line, and that's a link there to the first gas page. And registered on the certificate of title, which is of more immediate importance to a landowner in scrutinising a district plan. By requiring a setback of 20 metres from a gas pipeline, which is an enormous 14 metres wider than the legal easement, the district plan will be restricting the use of this land without compensation, undermining existing legal easement agreements, and undermining the concept of injurious affection or the Public Works Act. There is no national policy statement that gives national significant status to gas transmission, like there is for the national grid. There are no easement gaps for gas transmission like there are for the national grid. Health and safety are not matters for the district plan. There is no obligation to regulate landowners in the district plan like there is for the national grid. District plan rules are not needed as there is a raft of other legislation and regulation to manage safety and network utility operator access and gas transmission pipelines. So you've got the Gas Act, Health and Safety at Work Act, Health and Safety and Pipeline Regulations, and these two New Zealand standards. As for reverse sensitivity, I think it is a stretch to say an uninhabited farm shed will have a reverse sensitivity transition, especially if it's outside the 12-metre legal easement area. In his evidence, Mr. Roberts for First Gas discusses the regional policy statement objectives 1, UD1 and UD5 related to infrastructure, and he says the RPS imparts a clear protective focus in relation to the gas network across the region. But Objective 1 does not use the phrase protect, but instead uses recognising. Objective UD1 seeks to avoid, remedy or mitigate reverse sensitivity effects on strategic infrastructure. But this is already achieved through legal easement agreements, and I find it unlikely that complaints have been made about an underground pipeline. So this concludes my speech, and luckily we've still got 5 minutes left for questions.
Thank you very much. I think, yeah, we've got, according to my agenda, we've got to 11:20, so we should be all right.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, so needn't hurry too much. I have just a couple of things. One is, you're aware that Graham Roberts is coming in on Zoom later today for us. You'll be able to listen in to his comments and responses.
Unfortunately, I won't because I'll have to go back and get my children, and
All
I'll
right.
have my children after school.
There will be a recording of this. Okay. And the other thing, just shading from trees. Now, you
Oh,
did your
yes.
original statement of evidence. Had a few things to say around that. I'm just interested in your position now around shading from trees. Resigning from any of these things, or
No,
sort of
I stand by my statement of evidence. Has something been changed or updated since?
Well, we did hear this morning in the opening remarks from the reporting planners that they are reconsidering some of the provisions and things relating to this topic.
Okay, that's great news.
So that will no doubt be in the right of reply. Okay. So I'll open the floor to questions from the panel.
You want me to start? Okay. Had a few. There are more applications as I prepare to speak to Transpower. Based on your experience, do you have a view on the level of impact the National Grid has on the farming community in Hawke's Bay? Do you have a sense of that? Is it a significant one?
So if you're a farmer with the National Grid on your property, a lot of your farming activities are, you've had to adapt over the years to the location of those National Grid lines or towers. You also have to be prepared for emergency or planned maintenance, which can have impacts like driving through a crop, or if it's like at this time of the year, I'd be concerned about how muddy it might be after all this rain. You have work crews in your paddock. So for my farm, which is in Hastings, we have an electricity distribution line, so Unison owned rather than Transpower owned. But when they are doing work on the line there, it means I can't use that paddock. So because we do rotational grazing, it's quite an impact having to reconfigure where my animals are going to graze next. I'm going to have to go around, not use that paddock. We did have a problem with quite a bit of mud being churned up. If it's in spring or summer, you might have a crop there. You have to prepare for that to be driven through. If they're going to be there for a while, you have to be prepared for them to set up, say, a toilet or something else like that. A lot of people, particularly in Hawke's Bay, are concerned about things like weeds, like yellow bristlegrass or Chilean needlegrass coming in on their plant and machinery, particularly if they've been on other farms down the line, which may have been contaminated with this type of weed. Things like if you're an irrigator, you have to set up your irrigation to make sure you don't come too close to that. There's a lot of different impacts that you have to think about, and the farmer has to live with those daily, and they do have to restructure some of their things around Transpower. So it is a relationship where farmers prefer to know their local Transpower people and deal with Transpower themselves. Having a third party, or I say a third party, but like a regulatory body like the council, becoming another body that they have to have a relationship with, really diminishes farmers' sense that they are able to negotiate terms that work for them when there's just a black and white rule in here. So things like vehicular access, it's really important that farmers can say, please don't drive through my maize paddock, please don't drive through my lambing ewe paddock, can you take this route instead? Things like that are really important to them. And I do see Transpower dropping down fences. It's not a farmers, as long as they know, they're very agreeable to that. So fencing shouldn't be considered a barrier. It is a pretty minor barrier that can be worked around.
Just contextually, do you know how many, it's preferably in Hawke's Bay, but what's the percentage of farmers that actually have easement agreements with Transpower?
I don't know actually. I do know there are easement agreements in Central Hawke's Bay. I think it depends on the age of the line. If it predates the Public Works Act, then it probably doesn't have an agreement. There's always a chance that if Transpower needs to upgrade, like they need to make the towers taller or they need to increase the juice running down the lines, that can trigger injurious affection and then start an easement agreement process. But I'm not sure what percentage do have easements and what don't have easements. Transpower would be better
tell you that. Yeah.
And in terms of those easement agreements, do they cover all the matters that you're talking about?
Yeah, they do.
Regulatory access, all of those things. Is there a chance that we can get a copy of an example?
Yeah, Federated
An
Farmers,
easement, it might actually be.
a model easement, yeah, so Federated Farmers and Transpower a number of years ago worked on a model easement agreement together that farmers could look at and decide, it had a number of options, because of course every farm is very different. So the easement agreement has to be tailored to the farm and the property, and it sets out the rights and obligations for both Transpower and the farmer. So yeah, we do have a model easement agreement. I suspect Transpower will probably be able to provide you with that as well.
So in terms of the requirements that Transpower are seeking in terms of the plan, based on your understanding, even if it's of the template, how much more onerous are Transpower's requests by the plan to an easement?
So the width of the easement is something that's negotiable between Transpower and the landowner. So I'm sorry, I don't know, because that's often a private document between them. The concern I have is that the 8 metre setback from poles, which there are quite a few in Central Hawke's Bay District, if you have a building or a structure, say at the 11 metre mark, you're permitted under NZECP, and you don't need Transpower's permission because it's a permitted activity. But then you're going to need a resource consent through the district plan. And then an affected party, the council would naturally ask Transpower as an affected party, what do you think of this? And I think it would be disingenuous of them to say, we're not going to approve that because actually NZECP says that it's permitted. So that's the kind of situation I'm worried about, is that between the 8 metre and the 12 metres, you've kind of got a black hole here where something is permitted and it's not permitted at the same time.
And your position is basically, don't put it in the plan. If you don't like the 8 metres, change the standard.
Yes, yeah. So that, and I actually have quite a lot of confidence in the standard. If you look at it and you look at the organisations and the people who were involved in the development of that, they're high-tech engineers. It would have, with a lot of evidence and experience, I would have a lot of confidence in that code. And the purpose of it is so that if they need to drop the pole, there's somewhere to do that. And if you have, say, a pump shed here, you can drop it sideways or that way, or there's quite a lot of space to do that in. And 8 metres is what those engineers felt was necessary. I don't think they would have taken it conservative either when they developed the code. So I feel that, if Transpower doesn't have confidence in the code, then they need to get that changed and then not set up a situation where the district plan is going to be different to the code.
So mine relates to key issue 1 with the seeking deletion of the definition of fertiliser. Did you have any specific concerns about the content within that definition?
Well, I just wondered what district plan jurisdiction is around that, I guess. Because the main concern about fertiliser is runoff or water quality or soil quality and things like that, which are regional council matters. Things like dust and odour, you've already got other regulations that seek to manage those from a nuisance effects side of things. And I just didn't think that it was really that relevant for your district plan. I think there were only 2 mentions of the word fertiliser in the district plan, and I just felt that just out of your district plan scope and make it easy for yourself, and you can just delete it.
So the definition was okay, but you didn't think it should be there to start with?
Yeah, no, I just didn't think that it was really a district plan matter. I wonder if the national planning standards might have a definition for that.
So I may need what the section 43.
But yeah, I would suspect if the national planning standards did have a definition of fertiliser, it would be more for regional council purposes.
One other point, just to update you, we did receive this set of flowcharts from Rowena this morning around how the aviation provisions of the plan work, just to help clarify matters. So, because I noticed you also have made some comments in support Hawke residents
Yes.
evidence in this regard. So
Yeah.
hopefully they'll have chance to have seen this before.
Yeah, so Lynette Wharf, New Zealand is very knowledgeable in aviation matters like that. And horticulture will have, their concerns around it align very closely with federated farmers.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much for coming in person. That's very much appreciated, and the efforts you've gone into summarising your summary has been fantastic. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take 5 minutes to transition to Transpower. In that time, I shall quietly depart and the reins over to Marita. You for that at about 12:20. Thereabouts. Thank you. Thanks.
Aviation scheme available.
Rowena, have you got spare copies of the flow charts? You handed out this morning. We can get them to you.
The chair, it's also available on the hearing.
Oh, it's already on the portal as well.
On first,
Koto. We'll start again. As you'll be aware, our chair has stepped out. He identified a conflict with respect to activities and work he undertakes with Transpower. So you've been blessed with me as acting chair. So welcome to the Transpower team. I believe we have Miss Whitney, Mr. Campbell and Mr. Cartwright. Nodded.
Thank you.
Order. So we're in your hands in terms of how you would like to present. Give us a bit of time for questions at the end.
Certainly, thank you. So, kia ora, my name is Pauline Whitney. As you've introduced us, I'm a planner at Bofema School, here as an independent planning witness for Transpower. So I'm joined by Dougal Campbell, Environmental Policy and Planning Group Manager at Transpower. And then on the opposite side of the table is Ben Cartwright, the engineer within the tactical engineering team at Transpower. So you have our evidence, and obviously pre-read it. So I propose we'll just do a summary. Mr. Campbell will go first, and then Mr. Cartwright, and then myself. Happy to take questions as we go or at the end, and direct questions as you wish to any of us. So I'll hand you over to Mr. Campbell.
Thank you. Kia ora tātou katoa. As Pauline said, my name is Dougal Campbell. I'm the Environmental Policy and Planning Manager at Transpower. So we look at basically giving effect to our national policy statement nationally across all 74 councils through regional plans and RPSs. Just as a bit of a precursor, it'd probably be quite nice to explain our assets that are located within Central Hawke's Bay. That's raised in paragraph 33 of my evidence in chief, and the map appendix B illustrates the assets we have traversing Central Hawke's Bay. Our GXP, or our substation, is located at Waipawa, and this supplies the local lines network, central lines with power to supply the customers within Central Hawke's Bay, and that's about 8,000 customers. The central lines have about 1,900 kilometres of distribution lines and 4 zone substations, and their load supply requirements we supply through our one GXP at Waipawa. So basically, we are the node that provides Central Hawke's Bay with the residential, rural, and industrial loads at Waipawa, Waipukaro, as well as your outlying towns between Takapo and Porongaho, and your big industry, particularly Silver Fern Farms at Takapo. So that's the base of our network within the district. The lines do traverse from south to north, and there's 2 lines, 110 kV lines on poles. Ben has just informed me that these were constructed in 1942, so they are a very old asset on our books. Most of the bigger transmission lines on steel lattice towers are 220 kV, another central backbone of the country, going up to the Central Plateau, up to the Waikato, up to Auckland. Whereas these are out to the East Coast, supplying Hawke's Bay. My evidence in chief refers to our approach to our national policy standard, national policy statement on electricity transmission, and how we've implemented that through district plans throughout the country. The provisions that we seek effectively manage the health and safety aspects of our assets on the people living and working in the community around our assets, and also it refers to how can we best manage the effects of their activities on our assets, the reverse sensitivity side. So the focus is on managing reverse sensitivity effects. It's ensuring that we can efficiently operate and maintain, plus develop and upgrade our national grid. And this allows us the room and working space to do that. As Ben Cartwright explains in his evidence, we actually need working platforms around each structure to ensure we can do maintenance works and upgrade works. It's quite a large scale activity across the ARM network. We need to ensure sensitive activities are generally not provided for in the national grid and are defined in the NPS, and that mainly refers to residential buildings. And we're protecting the safety of both the national grid and people working or living close to it. On the reverse sensitivity side, we experience as an asset owner a range of reverse sensitivity effects. And often we are at the receiving end of complaints from owners of land near our assets. And these complaints vary, but often are about visual effects, noise effects from the tower or the conductors themselves, and effects on individuals' agricultural or farming land use operations. As a result, we focus particularly on restricting sensitive activities being located close to our assets, given basically the closer that a sensitive activity is to our asset, the higher risk there is of electrical hazards and increased risk of harm or electrical harm and incidents. Restriction of sensitive and incompatible development near the lines reduces the likelihood of reverse sensitivity effects, harm to people, as well as we ensure a secure supply to Central Hawke's Bay and to the greater Hawke's Bay region. I have some examples. Ben Cartwright's evidence has a great range of photographs, which I'm sure he'll talk to when he gets to his evidence brief. But some examples of reverse sensitivity include requests for our conductors or our wires to be raised to allow for horticultural operations to proceed, like fruit trees growing higher under the lines, cherry pickers being located under our lines, which is a safety aspect as well as land use aspect. We've had requests for our lines to be undergrounded to reduce visual impacts. We've had landowners request towers to be raised so they can build larger buildings under the lines, commercial buildings in particular. And we have examples of people doing earthworks in close proximity to the poles or towers to provide access to new houses or subdivisions. And reverse sensitivity effects are one of the key reasons why you see Transvaal seeks greater regulation through appropriate plan provisions and controls as a preventative and proactive approach. The other aspect I'll just briefly cover, and Ben Cartwright's evidence will expand further, is NZECP 34, New Zealand Electrical Code of Practice for electrical and safety clearances. And I think it's just that the emphasis here is this regulation provides minimum separation distances required to manage electrical hazards for the entire electrical industry. So it's not just Transpower, it's electrical distribution networks as well. And it's a safety regulation, and it seeks to protect persons, property, vehicles, and mobile plant from harm or damage from electrical safety hazards. And it does this by setting out a range of minimum clearances and relatively complicated assessment tables you have to work through. Transpower's approach is to seek corridor and yard provisions in district plans, and these go beyond pure compliance of NZECP 34. However, this code of practice is made under the Electricity Act and regulations, and it relates to electrical safety distances. And it doesn't address Resource Management Act matters that are raised in policy 10 and 11 of our national policy statement, or does it address land use planning? So Transpower does not support a simple reliance upon NZECP 34, as this regulation will not or does not ensure national grid infrastructure and surrounding land is proactively and sustainably managed, nor does it prevent incidences arising. Transpower notes that some members of the public and interest groups around the country have asserted that compliance of the NZECP 34 should be enough to ensure the safe and efficient use of land near the national grid. However, we are of the opinion that that's incorrect. This is because they fail to acknowledge the range of electricity transmission issues covered by the National Policy Statement for Electricity Transmission. For example, NZEC P34 does not address other electrical safety hazards and the potential effects of the lines on activities near them. And Ben Cartwright can expand further on that. So in summary, NZEC P34 does not protect the integrity of the national grid from the effects of other activities. For example, it does not restrict the subdivision of land near the lines, and it allows underbuilding. So under EC34, you can build any type of structure provided it complies with minimum clearances. And further, NZEC P34 does not distinguish between a sensitive activity and a non-sensitive activity, and therefore does not prevent the inappropriate types of development contemplated by the NPSET from occurring. So to emphasise that point, NZEC P34 does not consider the environmental effects of activities on the national grid or the potential environmental effects of the national grid on third-party activities. The National Grid Yard and corridor provisions sought by Transpower will not replace the requirement to comply with NZEC P34, nor will these provisions eliminate all risks. The provisions sought will reduce risks, but anyone near the national grid needs to be continually alert to the hazards associated with this infrastructure. And Ms. Whitney's evidence refers to the planning aspects that go into further detail. So in conclusion, on my side, the changes that we seek reflect our approach nationally to the implementation of our national policy standard on electricity transmission as the most effective means of giving effect to the NPS, particularly the objective of managing the adverse effects of the network and managing the adverse effects of other activities on the network, and provisions as permitted activities or certain activities which do not compromise the ongoing operation, maintenance, development and upgrade of the national grid. So when I can hand it over to Ben Cartwright now to expand on the engineering aspects of Transpower's assets in Central Hawke's Bay.
Kia ora. Ben, just a note, looking at your evidence, etc. Can we treat it as read, and can you just point us at the key points you want to talk us through? Just want to make sure that we have enough time for questions.
Yes, definitely. I've produced a brief summary, so if it appeals to you guys, I'd prefer to just read from that and direct you to my evidence as necessary.
Great.
Cool. Morena tatou. As Ms. Whitney introduced, I am Benjamin Roy Cartwright. I'm a technical lines engineer within the technical engineering team at Transpower. My evidence as it was submitted on the 31st of May 2022 stands, and I have no further amendments to make on that. As Mr. Campbell said, I'm going to go into a little bit more engineering depth on some of the points he's raised and provide a little bit more context to some of our revisions that Ms. Whitney will raise. So overhead lines include 5 basic components: conductors, commonly called wires, structures, poles or towers, insulator sets, foundations and earth wires. These are described in Appendix A of my main evidence. Now, these components are designed to perform specific functions, and it's very difficult to change these functions or to minimize adverse effects without compromising that set function. Further, transmission line components require ongoing inspection and routine maintenance to address aging, willful damage, corrosion, and degradation. The most frequent maintenance activities we have are foundation and structure replacement or refurbishment, conductor, insulator, and associated hardware maintenance or replacement, vegetation and tree control, and earth potential rise mitigation. I'm actually going to expand a little bit more on earth potential rise mitigation, just to give a little bit more context in regards to that. An earth potential rise hazard is when our structure experiences a greater voltage than what it was designed for, and it flashes over to the structure itself. What that means is you have very high voltages and currents directly around the structure, and as you kind of spread out from the structure, the voltages dissipate out, kind of like throwing a pedal in a pond and watching it dissipate out. We're very concerned of things being very close to the structure when these events happen, and we seek to remedy and rectify this where we can, where it has been posed as a high risk. Physical access to transmission lines are required for all maintenance and project work, including for staff, vehicles, helicopters, and large construction equipment. A regulated transmission corridor is essential for providing adequate access and working space at the poles, towers, and at midspan. Within the Central Hawke's Bay, as Mr. Campbell mentioned, the majority of the support structures are single poles. There are about 700 structures in the Central Hawke's Bay, and the access and maintenance requirements of these are relatively similar to that of a tower, which my evidence goes into more detail on. Further, on access and underbuild can delay, restrict, or compromise the ability of Transpower to undertake maintenance or project work. In order to undertake vital maintenance work and upgrades, if required, appropriate access to National Grid must be maintained. Access to National Grid is particularly important to consider with the consent authorities when assessing proposals by third party to change land use or to subdivide land. When a system fault occurs, the grid needs to be restored quickly to reduce impacts on the businesses and communities throughout the Central Hawke's Bay and beyond. Inadequate access to Transpower's assets creates additional costs and delay when restoring the grid. So the transmission network gives rise to specific threats, such as lethal electric shocks, risks. These risks increase if there's inappropriate activities under the transmission lines or in close proximity to them. Transpower does operate its network as safely as possible, but there are risks to high voltages being carried on the network. Lethal electric shocks can be caused by earth potential rise, which I mentioned before, conductor drop, and flashovers. Hazards can also be caused by trees, mobile plant, and other materials coming into contact with or close to contact with overhead lines. As Mr. Campbell mentioned, transmission lines can also cause concern or annoyance because of how they look, the mechanical noise and electrical noise, electrical interference, and perceived health effects. Again, as Mr. Campbell expanded more on, Transpower has had numerous requests to underground, relocate, raise or lower conductors to deal with these effects. We manage things through the National Grid Yard. The National Grid Yard we're seeking is a 10-metre National Grid Yard, either side of the centre line. It's the area measured horizontally beneath the conductors in an everyday condition. We're also seeking a 12-metre setback around each tower or support structure required for access, maintenance, safety, and safety purposes. I have a little bit more here on the National Grid substation subdivision corridor, but I think I'll leave that for a future hearing. And finally, I know that a few people have commented on ECP 34, so I'd like to just make a few statements on that. NZECP 34/2001 serves an important purpose in prescribing the minimum safe distances of construction of buildings and structures for the use of mobile plant and for the excavation of transmission line support structures and overhead lines. It does not address the wider third-party effects that compromise the National Grid, which are managed by the National Policy Statement on Electricity Transmission. The minimum safety requirements of NZECP 34 neither seek to protect the integrity of the national grid from third parties, nor prevent development, including sensitive and intensive development, from occurring directly underneath the transmission lines. As discussed in my evidence, such development constrain operational and maintenance activities on the line. While Table 1 of NZECP 34 references 8-metre setback for poles, these are the minimum safe distances and do not address access, safety, or maintenance requirements. Further, NZECP 34 does not adequately account for EPR hazard contours, which I was mentioning earlier in my evidence. Table 1 of NZECP 34 was developed partially to account for EPR. However, the science behind this has progressed a long way since 2001. In my experience, the distances in Table 1 rarely cover the necessary EPR contours. Finally, I note that Transpower is in the process of reviewing and helping develop NZECP 34, and that we note that this is an ongoing process and do not expect that to be done anytime soon. I'll pass that over to Ms. Whitney, if it pleases you, if there's any pressing questions.
I think we'll take questions all at the end of the stage. So, Ms. Whitney, would you like to
I'll do a 2-minute quick summary and just to confirm that we can provide our speaker notes as well in written form if that would be helpful. Panel?
I was getting there, don't worry. Thank you. That'll be much appreciated.
Okay, good. So obviously you have all my background qualifications and my evidence still stands. So I'll really just summarise very briefly probably the main points in relation to hearing 3. So I categorise them under 4 topics. First, definition, primarily of sensitive activities. The second was the plan structure. The third was policies within the rural zone, and the fourth topic was national grid yard rules. So really my comments will relate to the fourth topic in terms of outstanding points and concerns raised in my evidence. In terms of just the plan structure, in its submission, Transpower did seek quite a significant rework of where the rules are placed and so forth and how they're framed. I carefully considered this and I am comfortable with what the officer has recommended in terms of retaining them where they are, in terms of having it really as a standard and then cross-reference to other rules. I guess my main point is though you need to make sure that all those other rules have reference to that standard and that a non-compliant activity status applies. So I guess that's the key point. There was just a bit of a discrepant anomaly and difference between the activity status and whether it was included or not. So that's the main point on that one. In terms of the national grid yard rules, I largely again accept the section 42A report recommendations on that. I guess there's probably 2 points I would like to make. The first is regarding the restructuring, and then the second one is regarding the reference to NZECP 34. Obviously, it was originally within the national grid standard, and then was recommended to be removed by the reporting officer because it's also as a separate standard. My concern with that is, as a separate standard, it defaults to discretionary, whereas in the national grid standard, it had it defaulting to non-compliant. Obviously, Transpower would support non-compliant as opposed to discretionary, given the importance of the standard and issues. So the cleaner approach, in my opinion, would be to reinstate it back into the national grid yard standard, which is S7 and S8 of the respective zones. So I'll just briefly comment on evidence raised by other parties and submitted, the written evidence. In response to the evidence of Ms. Wolf for Horticulture New Zealand, my evidence stands. I've got nothing further to add to that. In response to the evidence of Ms. Dissent on behalf of Federated Farmers, which is outlined in her key issue 18, I've carefully considered the points raised and we have discussed this, but I do not support the relief sought or the reasoning provided. In response to the sought 8 metre setback from poles, as outlined by Mr. Cartwright, reliance on the standard within NZECP 34 is insufficient to ensure the grid is not compromised. I note the provisions in setback as outlined in the proposed plan recommended by the officer and which Transpower supports are entirely consistent with the district plan approach across New Zealand, including decisions recently released on the proposed Waikato district plan and in plans such as Queenstown Lakes and Dunedin. If I could just comment in particular in response to paragraph 62 of Ms. Dissent's evidence that, I quote, some other district councils only have a 12 metre setback, but this is only because of an absence of poles in their district. So 8 metres is not relevant, end quote. I've looked at the district plans across New Zealand and where the national grid assets are, and I can confirm that of the 310 kV lines in the country that are on single poles, and this is in my summary, so that's within Waikato, Horowhenua and Waimate, all 3 have a 12 metre setback from the poles, which reflects the Central Hawke's Bay approach. And just noting that within the national grid yard standard within the Central Hawke's Bay plan, there is allowance for certain activities to go down to 8 metres from the poles, but that's only certain activities. The default is 12 metres. And that essentially allows, if someone wants to go closer, they can apply for resource consent and the effects will be considered. But that acts as a trigger point rather than allowing 8 metres as the default. And I can provide those specific references in terms of those other plans if that would be of assistance.
Thank you. You read my mind.
They are in my summaries reference. So, yeah. So thank you. That's all I have to.
Very much. Team, do we have any?
No, not really.
questions? No?
Not really. Got some.
I'll start. Perhaps if I can start with Mr. Campbell. Perhaps just to get some wider context, it might be helpful. I noted in your evidence that you discussed transmission tomorrow and Whakamana Te Māori report, two documents that are intended, as I understand it, to reflect Transpower's strategy for the future. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct. Scenario planning and concept planning to feed our strategy. Yes.
I believe Whakamana has been released. Is that, I know it was consulted on, but has it been released subsequently?
Yes, it's a live document. So we're happy to forward a copy of that to the panel. It's released and Transpower updates it on a regular basis, getting energy sector market feedback on scenarios to test them against the future electrification of the national grid.
Does that document, where does that document sit in terms of, it's not relevant, but is it a Transpower owned document, a minister owned document? Where does it sit in the framework of things?
It's a Transpower owned document. So transmission tomorrow is our strategy. Te Maura Hiko is the, I guess, part of the pathway of assessing scenarios to get to a decarbonised energy sector. So it's a Transpower initiative, it's Transpower owned, and we consult with the energy sector on it.
I guess you can guess what my next question is. In those reports, what is contemplated, if anything, in terms of Central Hawke's Bay in the future in terms of activities or actions?
Very good question. Crystal ball gazing, we look across probably where fuel sources are. So we know within the central North Island from west to east coast, there's a strong wind resource. There's geothermal. There's opportunities for solar within those areas. It's up to the generators to decide where they locate. However, the Central North Island band is a strong, I guess, energy source for renewable energy. Solar is definitely very popular in that, I guess, East Taupo, Central Hawke's Bay, South into the Wairarapa area, as is wind, as you're aware. But we do rely on the generators, that it's their business to build a site where they need to build. They need, the interesting thing with the electrification pathway is we know we're going to increase our demand for electricity. Generators will build to meet that market demand. However, we don't know where the generators are going to build, therefore we need to connect to them in the future. So they will pick their spot for a farm or whatever sort of generation it is, and then they need to connect to the national grid. And they do that.
So just to see, so putting the generators to one side, is there anything in there that's suggesting that Transpower intends to do anything of its own bat in terms of Central Hawke's Bay? I guess I'm wanting to understand if there's any new activity and contemplated for Central Hawke's Bay, or if we're looking really in terms of the existing framework, whether it's just, not just, but we're looking at just maintenance and upgrading and things like that in the Central Hawke's Bay. So I'm just wanting to understand where you're sitting on that.
At the moment, I think there's at a high level, we need to look at how we can strengthen the national grid. Wainythorpe up to Whirinaki, up to Whakamaru, out to Taranaki. So once again, it's at Central North Island, West and East Coast. So there may be a requirement for future lines there in the future, but this could be 10, 15 years away. But it is that part of the world where there will need to be upgrades to existing lines and potentially new lines.
Keep going, but Kate, did you want to speak on it?
I'm kind of wrapping my head around this. This is beyond my level of expertise, so I apologise for any misunderstanding I may make. My questions revolve around two specific areas. You may have heard the submission from Federated Farmers this morning, basically talking about farmers generously hosting Transpower for many years, and a lot of that farming predated the national grid, that a lot of, if they were there before the Public Works Act, I think it was, that a lot of them don't have easement agreements. My first question with regards to this is, do you know how many of the CHB properties the national grid goes through do not have easement agreements?
My understanding, I'm happy to come back and confirm with the panel, but since these assets were originally 1942, there'll be no easements in Central Hawke's Bay. They were all established under the essentially by landowner agreement at the time. And in those days, it was more about, it was seen as the growth of New Zealand. It was good for the national good. There's little if no Public Works Act process involved. It was this working with the landowners to build the national grid, and there are no easements.
Second of three questions, what is the onus on Transpower to have easement agreements?
There's no onus on us retrospectively for easements. What we do for new build, and for the North Island Grid Upgrade Project, which was a 400 kV line over 200 kilometres from Whakamaru to South Auckland, that we purchased easements for the entire line and we designated the route. So all new builds, we will designate and secure easements. So we will compensate for the property rights, and they'll be covered by the easement and would have a RMA right via a designation.
So supplementary question to my second of three. It's further to Commissioner Lovell's question about any future work to be done in CHB. So if you were to extend the National Grid facilities, lines, poles, whatever, in CHB, you would be required to have easement agreements with those extensions.
Yes, we would seek a designation for the route, and we would seek an easement for the corridor as well. And the difference between an easement, just on the just to expand a wee bit, what we're seeking in the corridor and yard requirements is just the minimum width to maintain, develop and upgrade our existing assets. When we go and purchase an easement, we look at managing all the effects of our activity within the width of that easement, so it's much wider. So for example, a 220 kV line, the average easement width would be 45 metres. For a 400 kV line, the average width is 75 metres. So it's managing all the effects. So it's audible noise, conductor swing, electric field, magnetic field, all those types of things are covered off and compensated for, and the designation will cover that width. Whereas the yards were seeking under our NPS just where the conductors sit in everyday wind conditions, and they are just the bare minimum.
Leads perfectly, I think, in my head to my final question on this. Could issues or concerns beyond the standard, so the minimum, be dealt with in new or existing or developed easement agreements within CHB instead of being dealt with under the district plan? So if the district plan retained the minimum, and any further, does that make sense what I'm asking?
I think it's, if I understand the question, is that can we rely on SCP 34 instead of having a yard? Is that the question?
No, I think the question was, you have the standards. And anything beyond that, could that not be provided for in a more localised way through an easement arrangement with the specific farmers
Thank you.
as opposed to the plan? Is that right? Kate?
Yes,
We don't have a standard as such. I mean, we have, ACP 34 is the regulation, and then we have the NPS, which is, council's giving effect to the NPS. There are no other standards.
Sorry, yes, I meant the regulations. So we have the regulations, we have the NPS. Rather than adding in addition to those two instruments, is there not the mechanism to provide for the matters that you're seeking, or some or all of the matters you're seeking through easement arrangements that you've negotiated with the farmers? Sorry. Again, Kate.
yeah, I think that's basically it. Because the farming, every farm is so different. Access to every pole is so different. Even district to district within CHB is different. I just wonder whether the trying to encompass all of that within the district plan is unwieldy, when in actual fact, if the district plan was to stick with the standards and regulations as presented, as in NZECP 34 and the others that are mentioned in one of the, I can't remember which point in the Federated Farmers, number 9, that, yeah, it would be better for us, for the district plan, just to do those minimum standards and for anything further to come through Transpower.
May I comment on that? It's not very effective. Just in my opinion, that wouldn't give effect to the NPSCT then, in terms of policies 10 and 11, in terms of providing an adequate corridor, an appropriate corridor, so is the wording. Yeah. I think as we've already highlighted, NZECP 34 only addresses certain issues and does not give effect to the NPS. So the most efficient and effective approach within Central Hawke's Bay and adopted across New Zealand has been to adopt this 10 to 12 metre wide yard for land use, and then more for subdivision. So
You
I guess-
mentioned 3 districts.
oh yes, yeah.
Waimate was one of them. I missed the other 2. You mentioned 3, and yet you're saying it's across the country. Can you just
So
clarify that for me?
yeah, Waikato, Horowhenua and Waimate all have a variety of lines, some 220, some 110, but those 3 in particular feature 110 kV lines on poles. And so Mr. Sense evidence stated that in other district plans, they don't have in paragraph 62, some other district councils only have a 12 metre setback, but this is only because of an absence of poles in their district, so 8 metres is not relevant. That's not correct. Other district plans, and in particular Waikato, Horowhenua and Waimate, which have the 110 kV on poles, still have the 12 metre setback. So the approach we're proposing in Central Hawke's Bay is entirely consistent with those 3 councils and every other council across New Zealand which has other lines and assets. The only reason I mentioned those 3 is because they have the 110 kV line on poles. Does that make sense? Is that clear? So I think it's really addressed through the definition of national grid yard and national grid subdivision corridor, which is in the definition section and is rolled out across all the district plans. And then the rules kind of reflect that definition, and that 12 metre setback from poles or any support structure is entirely consistent with the approach across New Zealand and gives effects to NZECP 34. In terms of that distance has been based on advice from the engineers about the swing and everyday conditions, basically addressing the hazard and the issues and risks to give effect to the NPS for electricity transmission. So if I maybe just, not to harp on about it, but if we went down to 8 metre setback from poles within Central Hawke's Bay, that would be entirely out of kilter with every other district plan in New Zealand, including those ones with 110 kV lines on poles, would be entirely inconsistent.
So effectively, what you're saying is the decisions of the other councils, or the plans in the other districts, are giving effect to the MPS ET. And were we to make a decision that is more in line with the regulations in terms of 8 metres, we're not giving effect to the MPS ET?
Arguably not, because you're not considering the other matters which are addressed in the MPS, such as ensuring, maintenance, access and things like that. All the other elements, the obligations in terms of ensuring the grid is maintained and operated.
Sorry, but how would an 8 metre setback from a pole in a rural environment, so separate from an urban environment where I understand if you put a house 8 metres away from a pole, there could be a risk of access, but something in a rural environment, is that really likely to affect access? In a practical sense?
There's other risks as well, and perhaps Mr. Cartwright can talk about the actual risks of locating a structure within 8 to 12 metres.
And what we've seen in particular, we've already done a couple of assessments in the Central Hawke's Bay in regards to irrigation. Transpower has no opposal to having irrigators near our assets, but we need to make sure that they conform to those EPR risks, the earth potential rise that I was mentioning in my evidence. If an EPR hazard did happen and there was an irrigator nearby and the farmer was shifting his irrigator, as my grandfather quite often does, there would be serious risk of lethal electric shock. So that's why we're trying to manage that. And in fact, on
4 metres is the difference.
On one particular pole, unfortunately, I haven't looked at more than one. So forgive me for that. The EPR contour that we assessed was 11 metres. So 8 metres, if something was built within 8 metres, it would still be a concern. If it was 11 metres away, it would be no longer a concern. And I'm pretty sure that will be indicative throughout the network. If I have more of a chance to look at that.
So you're saying, if I can summarise maybe, the rules in here act as a trigger for more work to be done, actually a site-by-site assessment of the effects of the activity, because it depends on the activity and the structure. And then it allows the EPR risk and so forth to be assessed at that time. And it may be that, it's appropriate and Transpower is fine with it, but it may not be. And I guess Transpower's concern is that 8 metre does not provide that assurance.
I guess I call me a pragmatist, but if 8 metres is not enough and it's in the Transpower's regulations, why not change the regulations? I guess I'm suffering from the fact that we've heard evidence this morning that, and I'm using the 8 metre whole example because it was the one before us. Somebody on a rural environment in a field might want to do something 8 metres away and would be allowed to under the regulations, but would have to get a consent. It's between 8 and
12.
So for the rural community, it's a double step type arrangement. And we wrestle regularly with, okay, what's the balance here in terms of obligation and responsibility? And ultimately, the regulation is held by Transpower, and the farmer can't change the regulation, but Transpower can certainly go through the process of SEPA to get that 8 metres changed to 12 if that is what is appropriate. But I'm just asking the question here in terms of things using that 8 metres. Is it? We were suggested today that shouldn't Transpower just simply go and get the regulations changed if that's the point, and therefore allow farmers to have the confidence of the regulation to say 8 metres.
Can I comment on that? And
Please, I'm just asking the question.
Cool. So Transpower, and I did make a wee note of it in my evidence. Transpower since 2015 has been working. We don't actually own the legislation for this. It's legislation. I'm not sure who owns it. I'm just an engineer. MB is what Dougal is informing me.
WorkSafe are the enforcers.
Yeah. So we don't own
Transpower's a user.
We're a user.
We're a primary user.
We've been trying to change, and from an engineering perspective, there is rafts of things that I would like changed that are inadequate, and that we have
And it's not Transpower's fault, it's not Transpower's instrument as such.
Sorry, I take your point.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess they would probably, I'm speaking, they would like to change it, but it's not within their ambit or ability to just rewrite it.
Just a final observation, question. We did hear about the approach locally, which seems to be very much about engaging relationship-wise with local Transpower people when work is needed and things like that, and acknowledging that local farmers often not only have to change their approach in terms of activities around the grid, but also have to be mindful that when Transpower comes in, that they have to deal with their own activities as well. Coming back to that point that raised is, given there is in practicality quite a localised approach to these things, wouldn't easement be a better option? It just seems, particularly when you're dealing with the distinction between urban and rural, which I note, Ms. Whitney, you could, as I understand it, comment that there is a distinction between urban and rural, and we recognise that. Is there an opportunity for a localised approach that is not quite as big as putting changes in a PDP, which require farmers to go off and get a consent, or have farmers feeling like their vehicular access control is taken from them and things like that? So you understand my question. Is there not another way? But are you content or sticking to your guns on the issue of we'll do it through the PDP versus engagement with the local farming community in terms of a better way or another way?
I mean, that's a good point. And it's the PDP is one instrument, and that's the land use planning side, and that's giving effect to our MPS. Other than that, what Transpower have, we have a landowner relations team, which is a team that covers relationships of every landowner in the country, which is 12,000 k's of lines, it's 30,000 landowners. And we have that split by regions, and we negotiate with every landowner on when we come in, how we come in, what plant we bring in, when we should bring it in, what tracks we should use to access the tower. If they've got one field blocked up with cropping, what's the alternative? So it's negotiated each and every time. It's not just we come in and do the work. They are given notice in writing. We have then our contractors who do the electrical lines work have landowner, they're called LOLOs, landowner liaison officers, who then facilitate with that landowner throughout that build phase or upgrade phase. So we don't use RMA as a blunt instrument to manage any of those activities or effects. It is only the yard that we wish to control the land use of to prevent sensitive or inappropriate activities being built. How we access the yard and when we access it, we work through with the landowner on every occasion.
Any other questions?
Just the only thing that still concerns me is that you mentioned that we are, if this district plan was to stay with the 8 meters, that we would be doing something different to the rest of the country. And I'm not convinced that that is actually the case. Is there any information that we can access that shows or proves or uses an example of what more than 3 other district councils are doing with this regard?
I mean, I'm happy to provide a summary table of relevant rules and so forth.
That show us what other districts are doing.
Yes, yeah. It may take a bit of time. It's a matter of going through all the plans and finding them. but if that would be of assistance.
There's a
I
bit
could,
of time, yeah.
I could even pick a sample if you wanted to. I mean, how many, because there's, I wouldn't want to do the whole country, to be honest.
The size and, you know, as long as they're comparable to CHB and what we've got in our coming through our district, not being compared with an urban area or a different size yard, if that's the right terminology.
Well, I'm not aware of any, and I'm not, I mean, I know Mr. Senton, her evidence makes reference to other plans, but I'm not aware of any where they have gone down to the 8 metres as a blanket, noting that the standards do allow in the district plan, the proposed district plan, at standards 7 and 8 within those two zones, do allow certain activities to go between 8 and 12. It's just not a blanket for everything. So, but I'm certainly happy with a summary of other plans. That would be of assistance.
Yes, that would be, thank you very much.
And it might be helpful if Federated Farmers maybe can indicate where 8 metres as a standard is provided as well, and then I can look at that. Might be another official way of doing it.
Yes, Mr. Santos in the room and she's nodding and saying we can.
Great.
Okay. I do believe we are done. Thank you for your time today and for presenting your evidence and taking the time to provide.
When would you like that summit? When would you like that additional information?
We'll come back to you with a minute after at the end of the hearing, acknowledging that these things can take time. We have a number of hearings to go before the end of the year, so we'll probably have a bit of time. But I will talk to my absent chair, Mr. Schofield, and confirm in a minute.
Thank you.
Oh, ngā mihi. Good to go now.
Thank you. We'll see you next time.
And we'll take the 5 minutes to allow, or is it? No, I think we've got lunch. I was so busy talking, 5 minutes to lunch. So we might take that break early. With our chair back in and invite him in, and we can have that conversation about what we're doing.
Good afternoon, everybody. The hearing is now reconvened for rural provisions of the Central Hawke's Bay proposed district plan. According to our agenda for this afternoon, we will start things by evidence from Hawke's New Zealand, from Cox New Zealand. And sitting at the submitters table, we have Jordan Landers. Hi, welcome, and Lynette Wolf. Welcome again. I'll get you to talk to your evidence shortly. But if we could just remind people that cell phones need to be off or on silent. If you're on Zoom, don't use the camera unless you're presenting to the hearing. Otherwise, we'll do questioning from here. With questions, unless there's a burning point of clarification. It's more, I don't know if you heard this morning, there were quite a few matters, or some matters that the reporting officers want to reconsider. Matters raised in evidence received since the Section 42A report. So we might just come across that and just if you're not aware of it. So without any further ado, I'll hand over to Claudia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, hearing panel. I'm just going to start with some introductions and I'll take this relatively brief and then I'll hand over to Lynette. So, as you all know from reading my statement, my name is Jordan Landers. I'm an environmental policy advisor at Hort NZ and Lynette, who did planning evidence for us. So, this is the first hearing that we've had at for this district plan and covers the bulk of our submissions on the proposed district plan. as you will be aware, there's a good amount of highly productive land in this district, and with that comes horticulture. So there's a range of crops, fruit and vegetable in the district. To apples and Purpose vegetables ones. And in terms of Port NZ Smithland, two high-level themes of our relief we're seeking is the policy framework provides for those rural activities and zones, and there are a few differences around horticulture compared to other rural land uses, which across in the rural environment, like crop protection structures, seasonal work accommodation and the like. And the other kind of key interest is making sure there's robust frameworks in place for managing those that sometimes crop up and across the country with do tend to be quite a common issue. So yeah, we found that we had a pretty high level of alignment with a lot of the matters in the Section 42 report. So we'll just focus on the areas where we are seeking changes today, and I'll
thank you. I've handed out a great bundle because I realised that the minute required a strike through, so I provided the strike through to you in a hard copy, and I think you received it electronically as well. So sorry about the bundle of paper. I'll take my evidence as read, although I've got a summary here of just the main points. Just a couple of points. In my appendix 2 was a table that set out a range of provisions. As I was going through doing the strike through, I discovered a couple of very minor errors, and I just wonder if we can correct those now.
Sure.
So on page 15, appendix 2 is a table of different provisions. So page 15, the top line for RPROZ is 7. The planning response says S6, it should be S7. It's just a change of that one number on the top line of that page. And then the page 17, the bottom line, refers to S6 and it should be S5. And those, my right through reflects those changes. As you'll see from that table, that I accept many of the Section 42A recommendations. So I haven't addressed those in my evidence, and I'm not going to cover them here. We'll just take those as accepted. If I go to my 1.6 of my summary, the philosophy underpinning my approach to my evidence is to implement the framework provided in the National Planning Standards Zone Framework, which sets out expectations for the rural zones, which have a clear priority for primary production activities and activities that support primary production activities. There are also provisions for other activities that have a functional or operational need to locate in rural zones. This framework is important to ensuring that the objectives and policies of rural land resource are met and that primary production is enabled. Therefore, changes that I've sought in my evidence have been where I consider that changes are necessary to achieve these outcomes. And some particular areas that I want to highlight, the first one being rural industry, which has been there has been a recommendation to add a discretionary rule for rural industry. Port New Zealand's view is that rural industry is something that supports primary production and is reasonably anticipated in the rural zone and should be provided for basically as a permitted activity, and if it can't meet permitted activity conditions, it should default to a restricted discretionary. We actually have the situation in this plan where there are activities that aren't anticipated in the rural zone, such as education, community, visitor accommodation, etc., that have a lesser activity standard than rural industry. They've been recommended to be restricted discretionary. And I find it inconsistent to have something that's anticipated in the rural zone to have a stronger activity status than something that mightn't be anticipated in the rural zone. So that underpins many of the changes that I've recommended in activity status. And in particular, in part of the wanting to change the activity status is to ensure that there is consideration of the functional and operational need for something to locate in the rural area. At the moment, the way the restricted discretionary assessment matters are set out is that there is no consideration of that need to locate in the rural zone as a restricted discretionary. It's only when it gets to discretionary that that functional and operational need is considered. So my changes sought was to make them discretionary so that consideration could be made. Alternatively, you may want to keep them as restricted discretionary, have an assessment matter that actually considered functional and operational need. But for me, there's examples where activities have tried to locate in rural areas that don't have a functional operational need, and we would not expect those activities to be located next to rural production activities, particularly orchards. An example in Hastings is the Sikh temple, which some of you may know, but the Sikh temple wanted to locate in the rural area. They also have a school attached and playgrounds, and now there are issues with being located in a primary production area where there's reverse sensitivity because of the location of that facility in the rural area in amongst orchards. Another example a bit further away is in Kerikeri, where we have a Waipapa Road, you've got a school, you've got a childcare, you've got a boat builder, you've got an aluminium joinery manufacturer, you've got a cafe, you've got a church, all in amongst orchards. None of those things actually have functional operational need to locate in that rural area, but that was what the plan allowed and that's what they've done. And now retrospectively they're realising that they've got major issues and trying to deal with, well, how do we actually deal with all these things that are located in the rural area that are actually causing problems? So what I've sought in my planning approach is to try and avoid that situation happening here in Central Hawke's Bay, so we don't have these types of activities co-locating alongside orchards or primary production activities. And hence why I've sought that some of those activity statuses are changed so that there is a more robust analysis about whether they should actually be located in the rural area. In terms of the other issue, and I'll just speak to it, is the issue about rural aviation, which you've actually, I think, had some information provided this morning. There are issues with the 14 days, and I will allow the Aviation Association people to address the operational issues. From a planning perspective, there was no evidence provided as to how they arrived at 14 days. I've asked for that information and it's not available. So it's very difficult to respond when you haven't got the evidence in front of you. Rural aviation is really important for enabling full primary production. It's an activity that's ancillary to primary production and should be provided for as a permitted activity. And I've separated out, I'm aware that you've had issues in Central Hawke's Bay with a particular situation with use of a rural airstrip. And what I've done in my restructure is making one rule that uses the use of airstrips for agricultural aviation as a permitted activity, and then uses of rural airstrips and helicopter landing areas for activities other than agricultural aviation, so that there's a separation. So if someone's using those facilities for something other than ag aviation, there's a different rule framework. And that's how I think it would be a much more workable solution to the issues that you've had in front of the council. And again, the discretionary rule for the depot and where people are using a an airstrip or a depot as a base, which they're going to on a regular basis, as compared to the intermittent use for ag aviation. The other issue that we thought some changes to relates to shading of trees, and I note that was a matter I think was raised this morning, was it, Chair? I don't know what's been proposed or, where that discussion's gone, but happy to respond to that because obviously, in my opinion, the current regime's not workable. So I've made recommended that you adopt something similar to Hastings, but I'm happy to comment on something if there's another proposition put forward.
Okay, on that point, I understand that the right of reply, the written right of reply will provide that, or I don't think we'll be covered off at the end of the hearing.
I mean, it's,
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I think the provision in the Central Hawke's Bay plan actually mirrors the Hastings plan.
No, it's got a whole additional clause, which I've sought be deleted, about heights of trees. Clause A is the same as Hastings, clause B is an addition to Hastings. So what I've sought is that clause B be deleted and A be retained, so it's the same as Hastings.
That will probably get a response at the end of the hearing.
Mr. Chairman, can I just have a clarification of something?
You said the current regime is unworkable. Do you mean the operative plan or what is proposed in this plan?
In terms of the shading of trees.
Yes.
The Port New Zealand submission originally sought to go back to the operative, and I think that's actually still a good option. But in the interest of trying to find a middle ground, I suggested that in my evidence it would go to the Hastings scenario, not what's in the actual plan, which is pretty the other change that I've sought, and you can see it in the strike through, I think it's the back page of the strike through, is just some changes to the audible bird scaring devices, where the Section 42A report raised issues about the avian distress alarms, which are quite a different sound to the banger. And a number of district plans actually have different regimes for managing the avian distress alarms compared to the bangers. And so what I've recommended in my provisions is that you have two different decibel ratings for the different types of devices. I think that covers, I've deviated from my notes here, but I think I've covered. The only other thing, particularly where there's a difference of opinion, is the setbacks for residential activities, whereas Hort New Zealand thought 30 metres for a dwelling, sorry, we should use the planning standards term, residential activities, so that to try and avoid reverse sensitivity, it's been shown that where there's a greater setback from the boundary, then there's less propensity for reverse sensitivity. So, and you'll see that in my strike through where I have put through a separate line and the standard for setbacks from neighbours. I'll put a separate line for residential activities as opposed to other types of buildings. I think that summarises, and happy to take questions.
And have you had a chance to peruse this flow document?
Yes, I have. I'm not sure where there seemed to be a difference of opinion, and I've referred to it in my evidence in chief about when the second rule would kick in. The Section 42A had a particular view on when the law would kick in. And I thought that was, and I still don't have clarity on that. It's at 8102 of my evidence in chief. There's a fundamental difference in interpretation as how to Rule 5 will apply. And 7.3.38 of 48 report, the writer states that rules would apply as soon as any one of the conditions in the rules are exceeded, including the setbacks and the flight limits. In the writer's opinion, such a breach would then require resource consent. So while we've got this in that diagram, a line for ag aviation that supposedly shows it is permitted, what I'm not quite sure is when the threshold might be kicked in for the next rule. And I thought it would only apply if there was a new or an expansion of an existing airstrip. But this interpretation in the 42A report would indicate that it would apply to even if the activity exceeded one of those standards in the other rule. So that's, I have still no further clarity on the interpretation of that, on when the BRUS R5 and RPROZ R5 would kick in. In my opinion, they don't. They should be separate streams, but I'm not sure that that's the interpretation of the 42A report writer.
I will probably get some clarification on that.
And that's why what I've put forward is quite, instead of the Selwyn plan, which I've actually been involved in and evidence on the Selwyn plan and the 42A report for the hearing on the ag aviation provisions, has recognised that what's actually proposed in the plan is flawed and has actually recommended changes. So it's been based on something which has now been superseded through the hearing process. We haven't got decisions out of it yet, but obviously the 42A report has recommended changes and a number of submitters have sought changes. So Selwyn's not something I'd want to base a model on at this point in time. And I think what they've done is they've used two measures. They've used the agricultural aviation movements, which is the flight in and the flight out, and they've used the measure of the use of land for the airstrip. And I think we're much clearer if we just use one measure for the activity rather than the two, because the two complicates and compounds the or complicates the issues about what are we actually trying to manage. And in your case, what you're really trying to manage is the use of land, those rural airstrips and landing areas for that and for the various activities that might use them. So that's why my rule that I've put in is about the use of the rural airstrips and helicopter landing areas.
I'll hand over to the panel for any questions. Mr. Taylor?
Not easy, I think.
I do. Just trying to read it well. You've got artificial crop protection structures with a minimum setback with a boundary of 1 metre. Are you talking there around the ones that cover your crops? So is that from the edge of the cover, or is that from where the actual structure starts, so your tiebacks, things like that?
The edge of the structure.
Edge of the structure.
Yeah. So the tiebacks would have to be the 1 metre.
The tiebacks would be 1 metre. Other question I have is, and just for clarification, there's no mention about frost protection from helicopters. Is that still a process that Horticulture New Zealand does?
Well, some of the growers do helicopter frost protection by helicopter, but it's not actually something the district plan can regulate because the helicopters are in flight. So the only thing that you can control is the landing.
Yeah.
But while they're in flight, that's.
I'm just thinking more of the noise. And is there any other council out there that would have a restriction on noise, because they can be quite noisy?
Yeah, I recognise it. The basic answer is no, because district plans don't have the jurisdiction to put a noise limit on something in flight. You can only control the use of those helicopters when they're on land.
So moving on from that, and I was actually going to save this question for the noise person that's coming in later on. And the noise restriction on a rural airstrip, how do they actually measure that?
I will defer that question to Mr. Peterson, who has some. Because I think he can give you an example of someone who actually had to get the noise of aircraft measured and the process that had to be gone through for that. So I'll defer to him for that, if I may.
Well, thank you, because I actually didn't realise that about once it's in flight. There's no control.
Only civil CAA.
The CAA can.
But the CAA don't, and you can defer to Mr. McGregor on what CAA control, but my understanding is that once it's in flight, the noise, so, and in some cases, you know, Hawke's Bay, Central Hawke's Bay is probably not the worst example, but you can have some areas like in Marlborough, there might be 6 or 7 helicopters in the air and quite a small area within the same space of time.
Many a time on the Gimbick Gravels where I've seen at least 8 or 9 helicopters working.
But as I say, it's not something you as a district council can actually control. But there, you've got the provisions in the plan for noise for frost fans, which are fixed to the ground.
Starting with a simple one, just to cover this off. In volume 1 of the section 42A report, paragraph 5.3.19, they discuss the issue of RLR P3 and the point we made about limit or restrict.
Oh, right.
Comment. And they asked whether you could provide further planning or legal reasons for the difference.
Oh, yeah, sorry, was that, it was more a grammatical issue and I did address it somewhere.
Yeah, you did. I'm just wondering.
It was more the grammatical of if you limit something, what you do, how do you implement that limit? And you limit something and then you implement it by limiting. So that's why I use the word restricting, because you limit something by restricting it. So it's more the grammatical reason.
The English teachers thought from just in terms of your, and I'm going back to your evidence.
Yes.
8.2. Sorry, I might end up going backwards.
Crop protection structure.
In the evidence. Actually, it's about national planning standards. Oh, so it might be actually in we discussed that with the report writer this morning with respect to tomato mushrooms, and somewhere in your, I've got the paragraph wrong, but it's what I was thinking about when I was looking at the paragraph where you were talking about national standards and greenhouses in the definition. I think you provide for that in the indoor. But with the tomato mushrooms, we were talking about their request to include composting. And I did wonder, because one of the discussions we were having with the guidance is that yes, we have to provide for the standards, but there is the mechanism at front end with respect to the definitions to allow for subcategories for terms and things like that. I just wondered with respect to greenhouses, which sort of also seem to fit with my non-horticultural perspective of what intensive primary production might be. Whether you'd considered those provisions where you had put the thinking around where greenhouses could fit in these definitions.
Well, I'll take you quite a few steps back because I was actually involved in some of the discussions with the ministry when they were developing the National Planning Standards definitions. And we had a lot of discussion with them at that point in time about where greenhouses fitted. And as a result of that discussion, they saw that they clearly didn't see them as an intensive indoor because they saw them as a form of primary production and so included them as primary production, not intensive indoor. In terms of the plan, the point of most of the provisions that you might have for intensive indoor primary production are about the effects that you're trying to manage, which is often smell, the odour. And so greenhouses, they produce in tomatoes or capsicums, they don't produce that sort of smell. So the only reason why we need to go into an intensive type definition was if there was an effect that was commensurate with the other types of activities that are in that classification. And at the moment, the things that are included in that definition are things that have different effects to greenhouses, and that's why we would see them as being a separate, they're a form of horticulture, just happens to be undertaken undercover.
And just on the greenhouse point, we also had a conversation about use of highly productive land for greenhouses to sit on, and that whole kind of comments about coverage. And I asked them, because I could only think of a situation where you had a greenhouse and you didn't use the soil. The only thing I could think of was hydroponics. Would there be anything else?
Can they grow in kind of, yeah, all sorts of medium, yeah.
Kind of like bags. I don't know what you call it, that kind of substrate you can grow in, and then those can be being composted. I don't know exactly what you call what's in them, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I was just trying to, we were having that conversation about if you've got a greenhouse, you're likely to put something in the soil and therefore use the highly productive.
No, but
all I could think of was hydroponics.
Forgotten the name. Yeah, well, hydroponics and different growing medium.
Growing medium.
Yeah.
So there are other options. So in those instances, the only other reason why I could think of why they would, perhaps the price of land, but the only other reason I could think of why you would have a house there that wasn't using the highly productive soil was maybe because of the access to other ancillary or activities that they would want to use in that area. Would that be the case?
Yes, and like greenhouses require quite a lot of labour, so therefore you want to be located somewhere adjacent to a labour source, for instance. So you might find if someone wanted to, or an energy source, because usually heated. So energy location is often dictated by reasons other than the soil because of those other needs. You've got natural gas going through the district, haven't you? Yes, because a lot of them
having that conversation on a different topic.
Yeah. Well, the gas, the first gas, because a lot of them are heated with natural gas.
Just a few more questions and a small point. At paragraph 7.1. 1.10. We talk about portable foods, hearing of devices. I just wondered, the expert considers that 15 about a TB tumors. And you've noted that a 65 version. I don't know the difference between LAE and ECL. Is there a lot of difference between 50 and 60?
Well, So it also depends on how they're measured. So the SEL is the sound exposure level that's taken over time. So how they are measured, it also has a bearing on how that dB rating will apply. So 65 dBA SEL is used in a lot of district plans. I've analysed those SCARA provisions across a range of plans, and that is a fairly standard provision for the banger, which is the gun type shot. The plan that had the difference, or Hastings had the difference for the siren. And if you hear one of those sirens, you'll know it's quite a piercing. And that's why the lower dB rating would be appropriate for that more piercing type sound. So the 65, because you're limited, you'd have to talk to your noise expert, but because you're limited to the number of shots that you can do in any hour, then your noise is taken over the length of time. So it's not a constant noise, it's a noise that occurs in 12 events over an hour. So you've got to, the noise consultants average that out over the hour.
Can you provide us with the examples of plans, etc. that you use?
Yeah, I've included references to them, but I can give you the exact.
If you could just.
Yeah, okay, no, that's.
In terms of the question around camping grounds. Are you aware of any situations of reverse sensitivity issues arising in the whole flow? Camping grounds or people having temporary issues with the rural activities?
I think there was in Hastings, and that arose in that situation.
One thing we were in bad specifically around campgrounds, where that was an issue with an orchard.
I guess with camping, I did wonder, I take your point about the spraying, I didn't even think about that. But people who are camping or going to camp in rural areas are generally there if they want to enjoy the rural areas. I said move on and go and stay at a beach.
But then if you suddenly get a helicopter spraying the orchard next door, they might.
Well, yeah, and I take your point about the spraying.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought.
Or the bird bangers going, or the other thing, and we should also recognise, is that camping grounds are often used for seasonal worker accommodation too. So we have an interest in making sure that there are camping grounds available for seasonal workers. So we've got to put them at camps here.
So recognising that and the fit into camps, I think you've asked for discretionary versus restricted discretionary. Is that right?
Well, it was about that functional operational need issue. Is a camping ground located in the rural area the most appropriate place? And there needs to be a provision in the plan that enables that assessment to be undertaken. Now, if it's an RDA, then that doesn't necessarily provide the scope with the structure of the plan at the moment. That's my issue. If you had an assessment matter that within all those RDA or RDIS rules that are now allowed that assessment of functional and operational need, then that may be appropriate.
So if we were to look at with some sort of assessment measure to allow for that, might be comfortable.
Yes.
And you might have a perspective. I had a conversation about actually the definition of camping ground, which seems innately broad to me, and could, by just general nature, pick up somebody who temporarily has 2 caravans turn up for Christmas or something like that for a temporary nature, provides a koha for, using the facilities. Under that,
It's very broad.
could we suddenly find that my relatives who turn up to Whangaho, me included, are going to make the rallies in trouble with the law in terms of the resource consent?
Is there a permitted activity? I'd have to go back and look. Is there a permitted activity rule at a certain scale, or does it automatically go?
I don't know, we were just having, it was something that I noted as part of our discussion, so it's something that.
And there's probably no sufficient definition of camping ground.
Well, that's one question. I know that I think from you, there's some easy submissions.
Yes, there are quite a few of these submissions.
I'll have to look at that, but
Yes, so any donation, as you say, you could give the koha.
and then two more, sorry. Transpower, I note your point about the code of practice. We are dealing with the question of practice is sufficient. This is a mechanism through the planning process. Did you have a perspective on that? We have evidence this morning. It seems that it wasn't sufficient to rely on the.
Well, it's interesting. Just one point on that, the Waikato appeal that they referred to, those provisions are currently under appeal. So I didn't think that was necessarily a very good example for them to quote this morning. We have a different, I haven't got my copy of NZECP history, but actually NZECP also states that the provisions will enable access to the lines. Now, Transpower seem to have a view that NZECP doesn't provide access. They want this very wide corridor so they can get their cranes in and do lines. We've had a lot of debate with Transpower over this, particularly around where people have got highly productive land, they've got kiwi fruit and they've got structures. And you've got the swathe of land in an orchard that can't be used for production because of the Transpower line going through it. So there's been a lot of work that's happened, Horticulture New Zealand and Transpower over the years, and we've sort of reached this middle ground. But a really interesting situation was in Opotiki a couple of years ago. It was actually a 50 kV line, the only 50 kV line in the country, and they still wanted the 12 metre for the 50 kV line. And we went to an orchard that had poles. They built their structures so that there was a swathe through the orchard that didn't have any kiwi fruit on it or any structures. And it was only about 8 metres wide, and they had only just replaced some poles in there and done a whole lot of work. And we said, well, actually, you've done all this work within the 8 metres. Why do you need the 12? So, to me, it sort of said, well, I think they're wanting the best that they can get. But if in that situation they were restricting the use of that highly productive land for a very highly productive crop, there has to be a balance in there somewhere.
We did hear from them that if we were to look at the 8 versus 12, that we might be having a couple with the NBS NT and
Policy 10.
Policy 10.
So policy 10 requires that the council put in an appropriate buffer. That's the wording of it. So it's up to the council to determine what is that appropriate buffer. Now, Transpower have been seeking the 12 metre around the country, but it's entirely within this council's purview to actually decide, well, an appropriate buffer for the poles, not the towers, would be 8 metres. And my experience of the Opotiki example is that they can work within the 8 metres.
Well, and I suppose just to conclude that conversation, from your perspective for horticulture, what is the impact of that extra 4 meters? Everyone says it's just 4 meters, but 4 meters to me along a line seems like a lot of.
Well, we had some economic work done for the Apotiki situation to actually quantify it out, and it was actually quite significant. We were,
I get that.
yeah, make a note of it. What happened in the Apotiki, we were very lucky. They divested their line and it transferred to the local operator, so it was no longer a Transpower line and the issue disappeared. But, you know, it was quite fraught.
If you can get
The economic.
get us that would be really helpful. Now, one last point. We have some evidence from Peter Thomas Settlement Trust on the issue of water storage.
Right.
And we've been asked to consider the inclusion of provision relating to water storage in the rural land use. We discussed this with the village advisors in the morning, and apologies, ladies, I'm going to paraphrase. Tell me if I get it wrong.
And Horticulture New Zealand was a further submitter on that submission.
So my understanding is that the reason for not including in the RLR was that there wasn't necessarily the nexus between water storage and highly productive land. Right, wrong? Not enough to drive a bus through. Perspective on that from a horticultural perspective. Do you see a nexus in terms of high productive land and the use need possibility of water storage?
It's definitely, this isn't necessarily from a Hawke's Bay context, and I haven't been around long enough at Hort NZ to be involved in any of those discussions around water storage proposals in this region, but for example, up in Northland, there's a number of water storage proposals. One of the key drivers of those is to enable the use of that highly productive land into high value crops.
What I'm going to ask next.
So I mean, I would say there is a connection between enabling that, particularly, well, I guess all crops, I guess, depending on the crop, some are more drought sensitive than others. You know, water reliability and security is really important. And
if you could provide us with that would be great.
Water storage is going to be critical going into the future with pressure on the rivers and the aquifers. Therefore, anything that you can do to enable water storage to occur is conducive to growing operations.
Thank you.
Any questions from? I've just got a few. I'm just aware of the time. We're running out of time. That's all right. Just a few. So just in terms of general other activities in the rural zones, you basically position was basically things like commercial, restaurants, cafes, community facilities and the like. There's not an acceptable level of scale in which they're okay to be in the rural zones, or this is a broad question, I know. Is there a scale to which reverse sensitivity in particular isn't really an issue?
Probably there is, but I haven't sought the deletion of some of those permitted activity. But I have taken the policy frame for the commercial, for instance, is an agreed policy. So because it's really those commercial activities that I think need quite some justification. And I think even small scale can be an issue there.
What about things like cafes?
Well, the cafe, if it's all inside, it's probably not an issue, but many of the cafes that you've got in Hawke's Bay, especially if they're associated with a winery, have an outdoor seating area, often sometimes even a children's play area. And if they're in a rural location with orchards and things around, then it's not the cafe itself, it's the outdoor seating. So the cafe might be limited to 100 square metres, but then they can have outdoor seating areas. So, you know, you've got to look at the operation in its totality.
One question which I had fired to the reporting plans is it also a language question really. Some of the rules use the phrase artificial crop protection structures. It seems a little bit, a structure is artificial anyway, so I call it artificial. Is that a common term in the horticultural?
That's the industry term.
Okay.
It's pretty commonly used in district plan examples which have these type of provisions. I again wasn't there when the oranges became.
It's different to live shelters.
Yeah.
Live
shelter, I guess, which. Yeah.
Okay, so they're deemed sort of live structures.
Yeah, so, yeah.
That's all right.
And I think the exact same questions that she asked with Selwyn.
Yeah.
Plans, and it's how it's evolved.
Through you, Mr. Chair, when you mentioned that this morning,
Yeah.
and then a couple of instances of crop protection structures, not artificial, and I was hoping that you would ask that because so if they are not artificial, what is the other one? What is a live one? What is that? What?
Yeah.
A tree?
Yeah, shelter belt.
Shelter belt is a crop protection structure.
Well, a shelter belt is a crop protection
Structure.
Well, it's not a structure because
The
it's not
structure
a built
probably
structure,
negates it.
but it is a crop protection.
I know, sorry.
It's just the industry term,
Yeah.
so we tend to use the industry terminology.
Yeah. And another question I put to the reporting planners this morning was, and it's maybe because I can't see the bigger picture, in terms of definitions around primary production, intensive outdoor, intensive indoor. Some of it uses the NPS and their definitions are quite quirky. They're very inclusive. If you're not one of these activities, you're not an indoor primary production activity. Hence the questioning around.
Yeah.
Tomato growing and the like. So is Hort New Zealand fairly comfortable with the plan, captures the things it needs to capture or enables the things it should?
I think so. And there's issues with even the use of primary production within the planning standards definition because it includes aquaculture and quarrying. And so what a lot of plans have actually gone to is actually using rural production activities as a subset of primary production. And so that then they are managing the rural production activities, which is basically primary production without the mining, quarrying and aquaculture. And that's the way people are getting around the actual planning standard definition.
Can you send us an example of it?
I think that's what I was intimating this morning when I was asking the reporting officers whether there's a sufficient framework, because we don't have to stick rigidly to the MPS, the planning standard definitions. We can have nested definitions.
Yes, that subset of that primary production, yeah. Yes, I have the definitions, of course, there's a few griefs along the way.
Quirky.
And then things that we'd like definitions for aren't in there.
Yes. I spent the odd day going, why not there?
Yeah, well, reverse sensitivity, we've got how many different iterations around the country? Why couldn't they actually put it in there?
The final question from me is around shelter belts trees. So I'm gathering your Hort New Zealand is okay with some standards around shelter belts, trees, lines of trees, very important.
Well, from the safety point of view of the road.
Primary of the road.
Yeah.
No other purpose to have these controls.
Well, I think if you go with our recommendation about the 30 metres for the setback for dwellings or residential activities from the boundary, then the effects of a shelf belt on the boundary are going to be somewhat mitigated because of the larger setback. So, and that's one of the reasons to support the larger setback.
Belts are particularly important for that spray drift mitigation, and those again referring to Northland, we went through a quite extensive process up there around the agricultural review rules, and those kind of got more stringent and are quite dependent on shelter belts in terms of the mitigation. So I guess it just makes sure there's common sense rules there. We don't want growers to have to, all growers have to go out and get consent when there's not necessarily a ditch there. Does have other positive benefits. So just getting that, I just get right. Yeah.
And just finally on that, was Hastings, are you aware that a lot of consent applications are made under the rules?
Not that
But I
I-
haven't also inquired into, but I mean, that would be interesting.
Yeah, it just depends how much our existing shelter bus pre-district plan and how much.
Yeah.
is since then. I don't have any further questions. Yes.
Yep, I have two. It's a repetition. You mentioned it earlier. I can't remember if it was a response to a question or in general. And I want to confirm whether you said the same thing that I had written down myself in far as restricting and limiting.
Oh, right.
So I had looked it up and restricting was to put a limit on. And limit was to set or serve as a limit, setting or serving as a limit. And in my head, you said the opposite. So I'm just wanting to confirm that.
Well, yes, because the plan seeks to limit, and I said you do it by restricting, but you could actually have it round the other way, that the policy is to restrict and you do that by limiting.
Yeah. The dictionary definition of restricting was to put a limit on.
Yeah, well.
Yeah,
so-
I'm just
so it could
wanting
be-
to confirm.
Yeah, and
I heard you.
I think it could be either way, but yeah, it was about using a different term, not using limit and limit.
Yeah. The other question, and I'm kicking myself because I had officer written down next to it, so I was meant to ask this morning. So I'll turn it into a Hort question, the shading from trees shelter belt issue. Do you have any opinion about the 20-metre length? Was there I was going to ask this morning, was there a trigger for that? What are the?
I don't know what the rationale for the 20-metre continuous.
Would 20 in a small horticulture block? Just trying to figure out how to ask it afford. Is 20 metres a lengthy shelter belt for a small horticulture block?
I would say that it would be more common they would be over 20 metres because that isn't a very, like usually like from a spray mitigation perspective, you don't really want gaps and stuff because that can be so that would be quite, I would have thought quite a short, maybe in between, but as a boundary shelter belt, I would expect that probably would be longer. That's not based on any science or just kind of my general observation there.
Thank you.
Just one quick question. In here, you've got your artificial crop protection structures, and you say here the benefit of these structures include protect fruit from sunburn. And across the page, you say height in relation to boundary, we seek that ACPSs are excluded from the standard as these structures are permeable and allowing daylight and sunlight to pass through. The height and setback controls appropriately manage potential adverse effects from building neighbours. Can you explain that? Because on one hand, you're saying you're protecting the fruit from sunburn, and on the other hand, you're saying it's not going to shade your neighbours.
That was all in the context of, is it a roof? Which stems from the issue of the definition of building and the planning standards. Yes, they will let some sunlight through, but they'll let the rain through because they're permeable. They will let some light through in terms of the neighbours too. So, but they do provide a protection from the extreme sun and the hail, unless they get shredded in the hail. That's the ones with the roof.
Yeah, you know, I look at one every day as I look out my window.
Oh, do you? How far away is it?
Oh, it'd be 10 Ks, 10, 15 Ks, but it stands out.
It's white on top.
And it's getting bigger every day.
And so the colour has quite a bit to do with it too.
Mm.
And that is why we've said in that rule, sort that it's green or black on that face that's facing people in roads, so that reflectivity is reduced in terms of where most people will view from. But if you're looking down on one that's got a white roof, then that's a bit different.
Well, thank you very much. And there were some very complimentary comments around the structure and the way you presented your evidence.
Oh, thank you.
So that was very helpful. Thank you very much.
And we've got some homework to send to you.
We've got a list.
But if there's anything else that, you know, on reflection that you want, we're more than happy to try and help facilitate the process. Thank you.
Only 5 minutes.
We have a 5-minute turnaround.
I know. But we won't. All right. Do you want to? I think you okay to use the table unclean?
Well, we had lunch together, so.
Well, we can hang up on it. All right.
Get the COVID, we've already got it.
Chair.
Yeah, if you just cover it off.
No?
Yeah, just before we start. Just before we start, Commissioner Taylor just wants to clarify interest.
Yeah, I've just added to my conflict of interest this morning that I did some work for you a few years ago. Yes. So I just wanted, I didn't want that to cloud but me being part of the discussion, which I don't think it does because
No, it's fine. I'm happy with that. Yeah. It was quite a long holiday.
It was.
Thank you. So over to you. So we've got your joint statement of evidence. We've all read that. Thank you very much. Since that time this morning, there was that flow chart that's been distributed. I don't know if you had a chance to.
Yes, I got a copy of that as we came in.
Okay, you probably haven't had time to digest it. Maybe had we. So other than that, the floor is all yours to talk through your submission.
Thank you, Commissioners, and good afternoon. This is my second appearance. I spoke on Zoom last time. I'll speak first. Bruce is my boss, or one of my bosses. But I'll speak first then, and I'll speak to the regulatory side, and then Bruce will speak to the practical side. It's not great in the area. Now, also, just before we started, I passed this across with aircraft activity example, so you won't have had a chance to look through it. It will support a lot of what Bruce has to say in his submission. I won't read this in detail. I'll just go through it and talk in general about regulation. So my name is Phil McGregor. I'm currently the Executive Officer for the Agricultural Aviation Association. And last time I spoke about Aviation New Zealand. So this is putting my second hat on. I'm also the Executive Officer for the New Zealand Aircraft Association. Both of those associations being divisions of Aviation New Zealand. An old and perhaps bold pilot of both fixed wing and helicopters, with my background being 28 years flying in the RNZAF and as a senior officer. And then from there I moved on to doing various things for 3 years before I became a director of civil aviation in the Solomon Islands. And then following 3 years full-time and then 5 years month on, month off in the Solomons, and the director of civil aviation in Niue, the position of which I still hold now 12 years. Now, the reason I say that is that in the Solomons, we rewrote the civil aviation. We're now in the process of doing the same in Niue. Both countries have adopted the New Zealand rules system, which is that the Act supports, and in both of those cases they had the rules, but the Act did not enable the rules. So we wrote the Act in the same in Niue. Now, the driver behind that. One is that we will formally adopt New Zealand rules, and we want to use them for NUA. But in the writing of the Act, we've got two driving parts to it. One is that we have to follow ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Rules, which flow down and they inform the New Zealand rules as part of that and our new rules. The second part is that in making any rules that pertain to NUA, we have to take into account the unique culture of the country and its people, and that's one of the two drivers. So we have to look at both of those with equal standing. And what that's led to in NUA is that there are probably two things that have the main impact on us. One is the use of drones, and it isn't mentioned at this stage here, but we will get to that later on. Is the use of drones, particularly for aerial photography and for search and rescue around the country. In the second part, we have in summertime whales from the Antarctic. Some are over in NUA, or winter over in NUA, I guess it is for them. And we have rules about how close you can get to them. So you can't fly over them below 1,000 feet, but 500 metre spacing from them. You used to be able to swim with the whales. Now you can still swim with the whales, but no closer than 20 metres. So there's various things like that which are taken into account. The other part in the use of drones is that the locals use little catamarans to go fishing, and they'll go and sit off the coast a couple of 100 metres out, and they don't want drones coming over the top of them. So, and part of their culture is when they're out there, they're alone. That's what they do. They don't want to be disturbed. So we've taken that into account, and that's been written into our rules. Now, that's a long way of getting to where we are here. One of the things that we also have to take into account is what the effect of any rule or regulation will have on economic activity in the country. And that sort of comes down to where we are here with the two parts that we're particularly interested in here is noise in the rural environment and the attempts to mitigate that with an exemption for aviation to operate for 14 days and then having to fall within certain noise boundaries as elucidated in the stock unit. Bruce will give a practical example. This will become impractical, and from a point of view of a regulator is how do you enforce 14 days? What is who's going to enforce that? Who is going to measure that? Who is then going to go and measure the noise boundaries? On my watch here, I've got a decibel meter, and I can go out there and say that was 50 decibels, and I'm at the court. I get laughed out of court. It's not a measurement. It's merely what do you call it? A very rough idea of what's going on. If you want someone to measure that noise properly, it's going to be very expensive. And we've done that several years. One of in fact, the guy who's replacing me in this job shortly, he employed noise around his helicopter base. He set up some microphones, sent them bill for $5,700 about 25 years ago. To get someone to do that now at an airstrip is an expensive option. And so it becomes an impractical rule. How do we use this? It will artificially restrict the use of aircraft. Bruce will talk specifically to that. The second thing that we're interested in is the storage of fertiliser in bin sizes. Now that there's a restriction of 100 square metres, and we've given some figures within here on the amount of fertiliser that you can store there, the number of trucks you're required to go there and to keep that up or fill it to begin with. And it becomes, again, I think we come up with about 300 something square meters is required to store a certain amount of fertilizer to give a flat area for the aircraft to be loaded on. And obviously, the load has got 100 meters is really impractical. So we seek approval for how long this piece of string can we build a bigger area, sealed area than 100 meters in a rural strip, remembering that it'll be a once-off, isn't going to be redone for a long time. It will probably last for decades. We said enough at this stage. Shall I hand over to Bruce to give some practical examples of where we're at, and to speak to some of the costs of operating at the time. No, one further thing I will talk about. We are a highly regulated industry across the board. Some examples in here of some of the things that we follow, but to become an agricultural pilot, for instance, is probably going to take, if you just set out to do it, about 6 years to become a grade 1 qualified operator. You have to do a private pilot license first. Exams go with that, followed immediately by your commercial license, and then you have to achieve 1,000 productive hours of flying, which is going to take you some time before you with the Ferrari to do the full job. So and all the way through there, that's all followed through a highly regulated system. And then when you step out to become an operating unit, you are still very highly regulated by the Civil Aviation Authority. Once you're airborne, or once you have the
prepared for imminent flight,
the rules from Civil Aviation take over. So yeah. I'll hand to Bruce to talk.
Oh, thanks, commissioners, and thanks, Kate, for your declaration. And she wrote a wee article for me several years ago. So I think you've got my bio there in our statement. But my name is Bruce Peterson, and I'm the owner and operator of Aerospread Limited, which is aircraft based in Napier, Waipuckerea, and Palmerston North. So we operate across the 3 different regional councils, which makes things quite sporting on its own. I'd like to talk today about real practical applications, and with the proposed noise and FERP bin storage in servicing the rural sector and the primary sector, which I think I read in yours equates to 50% of your rural income into the district. So it's quite significant. I'd like to use a practical something that we've just actually finished off, where an airstrip out at Wellingford, where we've just had 400 tonnes of red metal that will bind really well together onto the airstrip to provide an all-weather facility that we can fly off pretty much any time of the year, particularly after we've had big rain events or it's wet, or high traffic areas as well. It enables us to keep working. So we've done that on a private airstrip. We've had to prepare the base and then spread all this and compact it, and it works really well. So there's been significant investment there, and we've refurbished, put down concrete pads, and he's got a good bin there of 120 tonne storage facility, which in our thing earlier we've said that ideally we'd like to have up to 600 tonne, but that's the far end of the spectrum. So when we've had large periods of rain, we can go in there and apply fertilisers quite quickly. And also, when we were coming out of the drought in the end of January, it provides the ability to have high traffic areas where a whole series of different farmers will perhaps use a community airstrip rather than just 1 or 2. So having that facility is really good. So on this particular one, there's 8, but we can, depending on the range that we want to fly from, there's 8 different farms that have been identified that will sell off this one airstrip. If each farm averages 80 tonnes for maintenance fertiliser in the autumn, in the perfect world, this will take 10 to 14 days to apply. When you get into the realities of getting it carted, weather windows and all that sort of thing. But 10 to 14 days when we'd actually show up with the aeroplane. On an average bin in the district, it will take 3 to 3.5 hours to empty that bin. So is that a day? How are we defining the 14 days? So 3.5 hours. In the reality, due to the changing weather conditions that can come along and things become unsafe, and transport, because the weather dictates when we can go there, often we can't get more product there. Trucks and everything might be on another job, so they're not available. So 3 to 3.5 hours, you empty your bin and you may not get any more fert, but we've been there for 1 day. And under the rules. So it's more uncommon than it is common to spend more than 5 hours on any one airstrip on any day. It's more uncommon to do that. So we're only there for a relatively small period of time in a day. So the 14-day thing, particularly in a community strip, now we've acknowledged that a lot of them 14 days will be sufficient, but there are community ones that we do quite a large number of farms off there. The other thing that happens is there's more than one operator goes off there. So there might be, there's 4 or 5 different operators that come into the district, and who's policing it and how are we enforcing this for this 3.5 hours a day? It's practically is really becomes quite difficult, and how is that done? So that in the autumn, you know, if an average job's 80 tonne and it takes us 3.5 hours to empty the bin and then we come back, we've used our 10 to 14 days. So that takes care of the autumn application, but then let's get into late winter and early spring. We've had a hard winter. There's often high analysis fertiliser that goes on, which is DAP, urea, often not large quantities, but they are quite integral part to the farming operation. Now they take, an example of that might be 20 tonne of DAP that has to go through a spreader. You've got 8 farmers that potentially want to do calving paddocks or lambing paddocks and things that will boost production for the spring. We've already used our 8 to 10 day, 10 to 14 days potentially on that. Now those jobs are traditionally smaller, so they might be 20 tonne or 25 tonne or something like that. It's pretty expensive, particularly with Balance's new price thing that just got the other day. But to do that, there are often different brews as well, depending on what you're trying to achieve. So generally, you've got to empty the bin and then get another brew up. Empty the bin, get another brew up. Now, in the perfect world, we try and time that so that it turns up when it's there. But between weather, trucking, and other issues, generally, what happens is you wind up doing that brew. You'll go away to another airstrip, do some more there, and come back the next day. So you might that traditionally might take 20 tonne, might take 2 hours, and then we're gone. Is that another day of the 14 days after we've already used it in the autumn? And so how do we police that? Coming out of the drought in the spring, after Christmas, there was large amounts, and we wound up being quite efficient because we're on one place and we start carrying urea to get grass growing, try and get tupping weights up to add to production for the community. So it varies season to season what we need to do or what the airstrip might need to be used for. So how's that enforced and the game that's there? I'll just have a look at my notes there. So if we've used our 14 days up, what farmers are going to miss out? So what's going to happen is we're going to go there's another airstrip 3 kilometres down the road that we can potentially go because we've used the 14 days up on that one. But there's all that happens there on the pricing today, 3 minutes at $37 a minute, equates to $60 odd a tonne. Because we've used our 14 days, that comes out of the pocket of the rural community and the farmers. And to me, we work incredibly hard to keep things as efficient as we can to keep the price down. And there's we've just added $60 a tonne. And if we're using Balance's latest price, there's another $120 a tonne there for sulphur super. We've almost added, there's $180 increase in cost solely because we've used 14 days, of which we might have used 100 hours total for the day. So we're pushing to have that all removed is the most practical way. The next question that I want to raise is we are operating under civil aviation rules and regulations, which is identified when we're on the ground, we're under HASWA, Health and Safety and Work Act. But as soon as the aircraft's prepared for imminent flight, it moves from HASWA to civil aviation rules and regulations, which that legislation is already in place and it's a permitted activity. So what are we measuring on the noise and where is the demarcation for the noise? It just opens up a whole heap of questions, so probably don't need to be there. So ag aviation is a legal permitted activity and it adds billions of dollars. The last time I looked, it was $3 billion that the sector added to the agricultural sector. We're operating under civil aviation rules and regulations. When the aircraft is prepared for imminent flight, those rules are what actually control what we're allowed to do. All the agricultural companies, be it fixed wing or helicopter, have to have air operating certificates, which are issued by civil aviation, audited by civil aviation. And we all have to meet the regulatory standards and the health and safety management systems that are imposed on that. And they are very robust. It's not dissimilar to what you fellas are doing, but it takes a bit of keeping up with. And we have to operate under those rules anyway. So when we get the 14 days, who's actually going to police this? And it's just going to force the operations to the next closest airstrip and increase costs for the people that we're trying to do our best to and are providing for. So I believe that there's nothing but negatives come from it. There's an increase in costs. There's an increase in noise, of which is not applicable to this noise, but there's increase in noise because we're flying from further away, flying up a valley. We're still in the same area, creating the same noise, but it's going to take longer because we've had to move from the most efficient airstrip. There's an increase in carbon footprint. Now, we do our best to burn as little fuel as we can at the moment because she's liquid gold. But there is a carbon footprint that's increased by this policy. The increase in costs of the latest fertiliser, which are attached, and there's no gain. If there's no gain, efficiency is reduced for our customers and their farming primary sector. There's no reduction in noise, and I probably alluded that there's quite a few questions around how that's measured and all that sort of thing. And does any of that contribute in a positive way? And what are the costs and time and money to get a resource consent if we need to go further, which if we can do, to go further to have these community strips approved and for what gain? So I'd like to thank you for listening, but, and I'm happy to answer any questions between us. We can get some of them right anyway. So if you found that helpful.
Send this, the price list.
I'm happy to send you through my notes and bits and pieces if you.
Okay, yeah, that would be good because some facts and figures there.
Yeah, because it's about supporting the community and enabling and bin size. If we can have bigger bins, we can have product there, which means we're there for a shorter space of time. We can put 2 aeroplanes in and do it in half the time. There's other gains that they had as long as it's achievable, you know. So that's my 2 cents worth anyway.
Just before I hand over to other commissioners, have you struck any issues with your operations in terms of neighbours complaining and things around that?
Not as far as noise goes. Part of the CAA legislation has a process for all that in place already, which is they can file an ARC, aviation related concern. And as far as noise goes, no. As far as dust and other issues around that sort of thing, yeah, it's a constant battle.
Now, when you say dust, where's that dust coming from?
Some fertilizers are quite dusty, and so you've got to. So the weather dictates the conditions that we can apply, and sometimes, you know, it'll change, and you've got to knock off and all that sort of thing. So yeah.
Not the actual airfield or.
Oh, no. Well, there's very, so they're normally grass or metal, or we load on a concrete pad. And it needs to be a good hard sealed surface, because they're quite big trucks. You've got truck and trailer units going in there, you've got loaders and all that sort of thing. So the 100 square metres is not really big enough, particularly around the, you know, when you've got, say, 1 or 2 units that turn up on site, you've got an aircraft loader, you've got an aircraft there. We have to have our own. So all of our airstrips have a health and safety policy around them. They're annually assessed, and then there's a whole procedure for each one that's documented that we actually supply to the transport firms as well to make all that work. So you need quite a big area.
I shall hand over to the panel for questions.
You heard me make the comment before about how, it's more of a comment, how do you assess the noise? How is that actually measured? Because you guys must know that, how they come along and as you take off, because now I've learned that once you're in the air, it doesn't apply.
No, well, so where is the point that you're preparing for imminent flight? Because when I'm operating the aircraft in flight idle, which is when we're loading, sitting on there and the load's coming in and we're still piloting and controlling, are we still operating under civil aviation rules or regs, or do we then come down under the noise? So if we're still piloting the aircraft and we're operating under those rules, the noise doesn't apply. But if we're sitting in ground idle refueling or something like that, then it is. And it's quite a lot quieter for that. It's just I can see where this is going. Yeah.
No, you've answered my question that this is a bit of a, it's a very, very grey area. And to try and police it.
For what gain? That's you know, there's enough legislation out there now that makes it hard without putting more in just for the sake of it.
And there are noise abatement processes. I think after the Waipakura thing, the fly enabling process for helicopters, which is run out in the United States. Every helicopter type has been assessed, and it all depends on the type of flight. If you're flying in a straight line with low power, it's quite quiet, but if you're turning high power, descending, which way you're turning because of the way the road is. So all that's taken into account, and every second year helicopter pilots have to go through the assessment on that process. Fixed wing, the same thing. You pick your route so that you fly over the unoccupied areas. So it's all and that's all part of the training that goes on and the continuing assessment of
we all have to do fly enabling courses and stuff, which is the blade slap and the power settings, and then there's third-party risk off the end that we have to apply for and go around. So there's no getting away from it. They're quite noisy. But we can do quite a few things to minimise that, like you can bring, once you're airborne, you can bring the clock back, reduce your power, you go past houses and that sort of thing. But yeah, when you're trying to get going,
Yeah.
she's full boogie.
I will put it, I have a pilot, private pilot. Had some understanding, but I didn't think that was quite relevant in this. But the comment, I think, is I was around with Fletchers or around the 300s and the 400s, and they were loud. Well, now we've got the Crescos and that they're just so much quieter.
We've come a long way.
Yeah. Just on that, you've got the diagram we gave. Some of you guys have got it. Was that just clarification? I think there that it talks about existing strips are okay. You can carry on. Right. That's all right.
Old here.
I had it on my notes to bring up, but I haven't because firefighting is something that you need to be aware of, but you've put it there, so that's cool. And also biosecurity and for doing pine trees, Dothostroma, or if we've got a TB outbreak or something, we often will, like I've done quite a lot of 1080 on poison work, and you'll fly off airstrips, or that will be a base or a hub that helicopters will fly off for doing, poisoning jobs and that sort of thing as well. So obviously, I guess you could go and get a resource consent to do that. It may or may not come under this umbrella. Yeah.
So that second page, agricultural aviation movements and ancillary to primary production, that sort of indicates that the 14-day exemption, but then you have to fall under the remaining 351 days subject to rural airstrips noise standards, helicopter landing area noise standards. So I take that applies to existing strips. Rather than just
what is the noise standard?
What's the noise standard?
Yeah, well, the noise standards, from my understanding, are mainly around if you're setting something up. The standards there, they apply to fixed facilities, so airstrips or airfields, maybe they're being developed around commercial airfields. And they apply to like that you can do something intended for this, but it can cover this.
We're not talking year-round operations here. We're talking coming here over a 2-month period. We might be 12, 15 days or something like that, and then maybe come back in the spring for 2 or 3 or something. It's not. It's going to be. If we're going to enforce it all, it's going to be a bit of a minefield, and I'm really worried, for the whole agricultural sector, farmers and everybody. It's just increasing in costs and compliance for what gain, and we need to ask that question.
And it comes back to what we're talking about as a regulator. Don't make it right for your own benefit. And I see this as something which, who is going to, do you have to employ more people to go sort of the airstrip and employ someone to come in and go to the noise regulations, then you're going to have someone there setting up proper measuring equipment and doing, say, yes, you're compliant or no, you're not. If you're not compliant, what then happens? Is there a process of what will happen once that's done?
I think there's a point of clarification.
Oh, no, it's actually just to say that Steve People from Marshall Day Acoustics is available, and he would like him to join the discussion.
Okay, I'm just time is ticking by theory. Minutes ago. That's all right. Yeah, that does raise questions of existing use for us, because you say there's 43 existing strips, and it was raised this morning, and one of the difficulties is that while you may have existing use rights, if there's any change in intensity, character and scale of those activities, but how are you going to measure that when it's fairly sporadic and seasonal? Good questions. So any more questions?
The question is almost a point of clarification for the non-rural members of the on this table.
Yes.
That some of those, what did you say, 43
Or thereabouts.
trips thereabouts, that ground spreading is usually done on what we would call the lower flatter land, like what's in rural production and those other zones. So most of those rural strips would be in on hill country, which is in the general.
Quite remoter areas and steeper, not less productive, but steeper and further away from populated areas anyway. So what we're seeking is to have those just permitted activity like that.
I asked that just in reference, we did have a submission that talked about ensuring the quality, 7.3.36, quality of the environment surrounding rural dwellings is maintained and the intensity of rural airstrip activities is appropriate in order to protect the well-being of people living in close proximity to such activities. But as we've said more than once in this process, that if you're living in a rural area in a zone like this and the reverse sensitivity, you should expect normal farm activities, of which ag.
And generally cockies quite like seeing the plane flying around because there's something productive going on, you know, and it's a huge problem where blocks have been subdivided off and there's been 10 acres sold and all this sort of urban sprawl, we call it. But, they need to accept that's part of it. I mean, stock truck going past, an empty stock truck at about 5 in the morning going over a poor bridge abutment or something in a house nearby, it makes equally as much racket and all that sort of thing. It's an industrial area, the primary sector. Also.
Apologies if I've missed this in going through it. Did you have an alternative to the 14 days? How
limited?
Throw it out.
Remove it, yeah, and just leave it as a permit. And now if you've got an issue with somewhere or something, let's actually just address that. And say, well, okay, well, how do we work that? So we do have airstrips, which I won't say where they are, where we don't start before 7:30 in the morning and we don't work there after 6 o'clock at night because there's houses about there. So we do that. That's all part of our civil aviation, our SMS system that we have. We have to do this sort of stuff because you can't, if we keep getting if we raise and get complaints or anything like that, they'll come back and drag us over the coals. So that does happen now, and we are doing that. And I would suggest that, look, if you've got a specific little area that's got a little bit of a problem for whatever reason, just put some restrictions on it. And I don't even think the council needs to get involved. I mean, it's part of being a good neighbour and contributing, you know, it's not hard. Sorry, I'll bloody get
That's right. It's good to see patience.
A couple of small questions. How many noise monitors, people who would do this, I assume it's a skill, are available to companies such as yours in Hawke's Bay? If we had to have this monitoring done across 42 strips, are there the people to actually do it?
Not as far as I'm aware, but maybe. And of course, they'll go there the day and the wind will get up and we won't go there because it's not safe to fly. And that's the reality. Is, you know, I want to stress again, our average is about 3 hours on site each day, on average type thing. And the weather dictates when we can go there. And
season,
you know, the season, time of year, what we're applying, all of that sort of stuff.
So you'd see the 7, not before 7 a.m. as quite arbitrary.
We need to get as much done as we can early in the morning because often by 10:30, 11 o'clock, she's all over, or you might go out again at 3 or 4 in the afternoon or something. Or you'll go to, what you try and do in a practical sense is you'll have 2 or 3 jobs lined up, you'll look at the weather and you'll go, well, I'll be able to work there right on the coast for argument's sake, but it takes off to the west. As soon as you reach 9 o'clock, the sea breeze is in, it's downwind, she's all over. You can't work there for the rest of the day. Then you'll go to another one that's more suitable and you'll sort of try and work your day around that.
In terms of the list that you provided of certifications and things you've got to comply with.
Yes.
No, I don't want another book. But if there are excerpts that you can provide me or provide us that are relevant to the matters that you're raising in terms of the compliance that you're already having to meet, it might be helpful to us to see that in terms of what the expectations are of you already, including the air care and
strip registers, all that.
So any of that sort of thing without providing more.
We have, so Aviation New Zealand has been trying to engage with the Civil Aviation Authority to get them into this system, because we've effectively come late to the game, and so we're only beginning to go to hearings such as this, but we want the Civil Aviation Authority to come along in their own right, talk to the processes which they do, which they have in place. They're very difficult to deal with. At this stage, they did a restructure about 4 years ago, and they did away with the specific health and safety division which dealt with this sort of thing. And now it's spread across the whole organisation. So trying to touch the people who are actively involved in that area is difficult, but we are working on it, and we would hope that the next, whichever council is next with the rank, if you like, have them along there to speak to it. But we're starting to, with this helicopter aircraft activity examples, we're getting our act together, and we're trying to provide better examples, if you like, of how things work in reality in our industry.
So that might be dependent on what we're going to do in terms of the expert. My last question was more of a, we're going to talk to the council expert. Are there any questions you want us to ask? Type question, but if there is going to be engagement or invitation to engage between I can ask that.
Don't know yet. Is Steve is going to be online at the end of the day?
He is available to the panel tomorrow afternoon, I understand.
Okay, so
He has been listening in.
Good. Okay, well, we'll probably save it till then and have a decision.
Can you notify us if that's going to happen so we can come in on Zoom to watch him?
Okay, the agenda would have that starting about after 1 o'clock tomorrow.
And we can come over on Zoom and watch.
Yeah, absolutely, totally.
If I could just, the question I would ask is, what is the financial impact of measuring this? So if you get to the 14, if you stick with what you've got, you get to the 14 days, what is the financial cost and what is the method of doing it? How's it going to be done? And who's going to police it? So that's really 3 questions, isn't it?
Whose responsibility is
I
it?
was going to ask that question, but I knew you couldn't answer the question.
So whose responsibility is it? Is it the landowners? Is it
the financial responsibility of the monitoring?
Well, the 14 days, let's say you run this through the.
I wanted, sorry, tell me again, I'm writing it down.
Okay, so what is the financial impact of monitoring? So how much is it going to cost? Who is going to do it? And
How will it be policed? How will it be
Oh,
policed?
yeah, sorry, who will police it? Yeah, who?
And the financial impact on the community, the agriculture industry.
Or what Bruce was about to say was, is it the Aerospread or is it the company he's working for? Farmer.
Well, we're contracted to work for a third party, so I'm going to push towards the landowner. It needs to be the landowner, which is people in your community that they're going to have to cough up to or they're going to say, no, you can't use our airstrip. And if that's the case, go down the road, Jack. And so you've increased the costs again. And we're working up on the top of a ridge out the back of Wellingford or somewhere, where the only houses around quite a long way away, and they're also quite enjoy seeing a bit of production going on in the community. They don't seem to get too worried about it, but you will get the odd one from town or something, but yeah. So anyway, hopefully we've raised a few questions. But,
the other point of is if every airstrip is registered. So if we'll have a registered owner, that person is responsible for the operation of that airstrip.
I don't know about farm. I'm sorry, I'm not sure about farms, but we do have a register. We've got 330 airstrips on our register that we operate off, where we have to do an inspection every year and write up all the health and safety stuff, and that is part of our health SMEs. So.
Thank you. Right. Well, yes, we are due for a break, but we do have our next submitters online.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. So does the panel need a break?
Want a break, please?
Thank you for your time.
10-minute break if they don't mind holding. So what does that make? 3:30.
So thank you very much. Actually enjoyed the process.
Okay, thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. The hearing on rural provisions of the proposed Central Hawke's Bay District Plan is reconvened. The final session for this afternoon, we have Claire Price, who's a planning consultant for Hatuma Lime in the first instance, and then following that for Timata Mushrooms. We will have then an online Zoom in session from Graham Roberts, who's a planning consultant for First Gas. And then we'll wrap the day up about 4:20-ish with some sort of initial comments and feedback on planners. So welcome to the hearing. We have read the evidence that's been circulated, and I'm sure no doubt there will be some questions, but if you would like to provide a summary of your evidence, that would be helpful.
Okay. And it is a real summary. I just, with Hatuma Lime, the concentration of the submission, there's really 3 points, and obviously one is the rural environment. Really, it's just getting rid of all the established activities in the rural environment, and these rural environment provisions. The second part is to do with the subdivision provisions, which will be hearing 5. And the third key part of this Hatuma Lime submission is an information layer on the planning maps, which is hearing 6. So I guess going straight to everything, Hatuma Lime are supportive of the rural environment provisions. He was just really wanting to make sure that with the established activities such as their 2 quarries within the rural environment, we're seen as being part of that environment, given adequate recognition and protection from adverse reverse sensitivity effects. In terms of the rural RLR Objective 2, which is Hatuma Lime submission point 98.007, what we were seeking, and I'll just find that in my page number, it should be page number 5.
On the table.
So Hatuma Lime, we in our submission point, we sorry, it's 9.006 is submission point. We made the submission point that they retain that and we supported the issue 1. What's sort of come about from that is some changes have been made to include further explanation about new sensitive activities. And if you go to the changes of so in the recommendations from the officers for RLR issue 1, they've got an additional 5 here, which just says new sensitive activities establishing on rural land with the potential to compromise or constrain the operation of existing lawfully established primary production activities in the vicinity, and in brackets reverse sensitivity. I just wondered when I read that whether they were meaning to have 2 separate activities, that they were meaning existing lawfully established activities and primary production activities, or whether it was existing lawfully established, that they were only referring to primary production activities that had been existing, that were lawfully established, rather than the 2. So I've made a suggestion there that be clarified so that it's definitely existing lawfully established activities and primary production activities, so that reverse sensitivity in the rural environment is concentrated with primary activities, primary production activities, and the existing lawfully established activities. And I think that would go some way in terms of giving effect to a submission point raised that has been since rejected. And it was rejected in submission to do with RLL objective 2, which was where we suggested adding in to recognise lawfully established activities such as quarries. Officers sort of said that look at this objective is for the strategic look at primary production, and does it really want to be watered down by including suggestions such as the lawfully established activities? So if it's not included there in an objective in the rural zone, then it needs to be put somewhere, because you've got these activities occurring in the rural environment, such as the quarries, and if they're not within some policy recognition for lawfully sensitivity, then you've got to compromise their operations. So with that in mind, I suggest that a couple of other changes could be made to give effect to that policy, that submission point. One of them is to do with policy 7 in the general rural zone, where there's been some considerable changes to that policy in relation to looking after reverse sensitivity. And I suggested that one of those changes include also to refer to will or potentially undermine the effective operation of lawfully established activities. So, and that's to do with to ensure that incompatible activities do not locate in the general rural zone where the activity will potentially or undermine the effective operation of lawfully established activities. When I was driving down here, I thought maybe I've interpreted this potentially incorrectly from the start, and whether because a quarry activity is a primary production activity, that all the rural zone provisions relate to primary production activities, that those existing quarries are actually captured in that policy intent already, and reverse sensitivity is already affected in that way. And so identifying lawfully established quarries or any other activities like that have actually been already captured. I just wanted to sort of flag that as a question in case that was something that the officers could confirm. Otherwise, these changes that I'm making probably wouldn't be necessary if they're already captured. So really, this the key things are just to get recognition in the rural environment for things that things like quarries that are in the rural environment are recognised in the rural environment policy framework, and are scooped up and included and given sensitivity.
The question? I'll just start, I was just reminding myself, the definition of primary production and the planning standards and feed into that plan. Does include quarrying.
Yeah.
So is your point, rather than rely on that sort of, not tenders, but going back to definitions is probably not as good as actually being explicit in the plan objectives about that. It's not just about farming, the primary production includes certain other activities.
Well, that was my thought on the way down, that actually, if quarrying, and it is included in that definition of primary production activities, and all the issues, objectives, policies all relate to primary production activities, and whether it's providing for them, ensuring they happen, managing their effects, protecting them from reverse sensitivity, that actually Hā-Te-Uma Line and their quarries, even though they need consent, are given protection in the existing provisions, and that we don't actually need to extend the objectives and policies to say and lawfully established activities, unless there's some, and it would go beyond the submission point for Hā-Te-Uma Line, but if there's other lawfully established activities in the rural environment that needed protection.
It's a good question. I think we'll put that back to the reporting plans to respond to the right prior either today or in the written kind of reply, because to an ordinary user of the plan that reads that, they may not make that connection that primary production is wider than just farming. Whether that needs to be more explicit around non-farming primary production. Are there any questions?
Hā-Te-Uma Line will be the representative for the submission of the subdivision provisions for hearing. So I can give an explanation of the operations affected by reverse sensitivity. We would have had that today, but we have
Yeah, there's been some shuffling around of hearing topics, but that's all right. We know what you mean when that topic comes on.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, if there's no further questions, you may change hats.
Okay. Peter.
Had a few hat changes today.
Yeah.
Okay, with you again.
Okay. Smart mushrooms. There have been some changes with the company setup and ownership for tomato mushrooms. And so Peter Holland here is here as the CEO. I guess we wanted to come along
The
and
last of several.
and present the submissions and explanation of them. But we put in quite a big submission from tomato mushrooms that covered a lot of things. And for this purpose, for the rural hearing, that's condensed right down, and we're really only interested in provisions that relate to intensive primary production. That's what we're all about. That's what tomato mushrooms is all about. Matters such as rural service, rural industry, we will not be pursuing beyond what tomato mushrooms is about. Similarly with the future development area idea, we won't be pursuing that. So today for the rural hearing, there's really three things. The activity status for an intensive primary production activity not complying with the 200 metre setback from the property boundary is more appropriate as a restricted discretionary activity rather than a non-conforming activity. The officers have looked at that and they see the rationale of that, and they had it accepted in part that submission, just detailing it in a different way than I did. So we obviously agreeable with that. The other part was a more specific policy recognition for intensive primary production activities, including the economic benefit they bring to the local community. This has been well accepted by the in the section 42A report. There's a lot more policy recognition for intensive primary production activities, except they do not agree that there needs to be a policy recognising the economic benefits. So I'd just like to talk to that a little bit. Minutes. And the other aspect of the submission was getting a new objective about the character and amenity of the rural environment, in particular the rural production zone, to reflect the change that may occur over time from new buildings and structures for primary production activities, including intensive primary production activities and utility activities. And there's been quite a change with the officer's reports, recommendations, and they've included a policy that amends an existing policy. And I think there could be a few tweaks to that just to include definitely intensive primary production activities. So they're the two things that I want to talk to a bit more. So the first one, in terms of tomato mushroom, seeking more recognition concerning the character and amenity of the rural environment. Officers rejected the objective sought, but they have significantly reworded rural production zone objective 4. And of this, I think it would be more appropriate to refer to intensive primary activities in this alongside the rural activities listed. And I include in my evidence how I suggest that occurs. That's on page 8 to 9 of my evidence. And obviously, I've just done it in highlight there, but there's, as an appendix, the actual wording changed. Which you can, sorry, that's not numbered, but it's an appendix 2 of my evidence. Basically, objective 4 for rural production zone lists the predominant characteristics for that zone and includes overall low density built form with open space and a few structures. And this is the one that I've add to. A predominance of primary production activities included intensive primary production activities and associated buildings such as barns and sheds, post-harvest facilities, seasonal workers accommodation, and artificial crop protection structures and crop support structures. And it sort of lists on, but I guess the key thing being that all other objectives and policies within the section footage by report specifically list intensive primary production alongside primary production. This objective sort of misses that, and I think it could be added, and hopefully that's what the officers were intending perhaps, but that's missed that. The one, just a minor change to the rural production zone policy 2. This is where there's been quite a change to this policy. I think in my submission we sought to, I think I just questioned it. I was wondering what the activities that they were meaning were to next to address, and they've quite changed the policy, and it's quite specific about to provide some non-primary production activities. I guess it's looking at sensitive activities going into the rural production zone. When is it a good idea? And they list as long as reduced sensitivity effects are basically avoided. I've just had a go at some different words. Just it's the intents of some. Just thought those words might work. So I guess the key thing to debate for this one is the economic policy. This is page 11 of my evidence. We thought a new policy to be introduced to the rural production zone, and I'll read it out. Recognise economic benefits derived from a well-functioning operating intensive primary production activities, as well as a flow-on to post-harvest facilities, service activities, the generation of employment and overall increase of social and cultural well-being to the local community. Officers do not agree that this policy is appropriate because the amendments have been made through the rural production zone policy to better recognise intensive primary production activities. Officers also suggest that economic benefits and effects can be considered and presented in an assessment of environmental effects and resource consent applications. And I do not dispute these comments. I just think that the time that we can bring this type of consideration to the policy framework. And the intent of this policy is not to cast over other policies, but to sit alongside and just be another point of consideration that future decision makers will find helpful in understanding the breadth of matters pertaining to intensive primary production activities. I suppose they will always need resource consent, even if it's a controlled activity. Progressively go up here. So it'd be good to be able to demonstrate what these kind of activities can bring to economics and social wellbeing and things like that. So I've tried to reduce the words of that policy and rewritten it. And I guess, yeah. I just think it's in previous district plans or the older district plans, we didn't really have any policies that referred to the economic benefits of activities, and we always relied on part 2 to use these and to look at that arm of part 2. But why not put it on the district plan so it's very clear that this is an important part to look at. The difference between intensive primary production and primary production. We don't need a policy like this for primary production because they are enabled, they are permitted unless performance standards aren't met. But intensive primary production does need consent, and so it should be given another lever to look at for why it's a good idea. Now the main aspects of mushrooms.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything to this point?
I think that last point is the things that we intend to bring to the region.
There might be a few questions directed at you from discussions this morning. But if I could turn to my commissioners and just see if they've got any questions, Commissioner.
Just one in your new policy you talked about, on Articles 11. It says well functioning. How do we measure something that's well functioning?
That it's meeting all its conditions. It's doing what it's supposed to. It will need consent. And so from the outset, if it's got good process and good management, management plans that are setting out exactly what it's going to do. And it's very black and white how this operation is going to work and why it's going to work well. That's where it's coming from. Could be better words.
It's the word in a certain NPS. It will function in urban forms. Any other question?
I'm not 100% sure mine is in scope for this, but how important is water in your operation, and would you be supportive of provision for water storage somewhere in this plan?
Water is important for, I'm not sure what kind of provision. I mean, water storage is a good idea.
You might need to bring her up to date with the discussion going on around that topic in terms of this morning and tomorrow. I think there's a submission that's seeking to introduce the maintenance of the rural production sector and the importance of water to that sector to maintain it or sustain it. So there's a whole different line of discussion going on around whether that should be part of the plan or not, water storage. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Water security.
Water security rather.
Better word.
Storage and those activities. So.
All right. So like a performance standard.
No, at a higher level,
Oh,
strategic objective.
Oh, yeah.
What's key to the operation?
yeah, the one that we've got in full resource consent has water storage in it, but that's just, it's collection of rainwater off the roofs of the buildings and stored on site. But we also need to take water as well for the actual use.
So we're looking into increase the capacity for the future development. How important is water at that point in terms of existing or beyond? Anyone.
Yeah, there would have to be contingencies of if we couldn't get water, then how do we get water and where do we store it?
And if you couldn't get water, would you be constrained from?
I imagine so, yeah. Yeah.
That's yes.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at you. Do tell.
Yeah, it's a simple answer, yeah. Very much that we were at one side. Probably reasonably well understood here. But that's another discussion.
One was, yeah, just following on the while functioning and I went to operating, so it's so it could be an existing operation. You say recognise no benefit, because I mean, often it's not if you're applying for a resource consent for a new venture, you might put in the potential economic benefits as you foresee them.
Yeah.
But as I read it, even if you're operating, I assumed you would be system, or is there potential for new as well? Looking at the old words.
Okay, either one.
As well, yeah.
Yeah, they've both got it. I suppose where I'm getting to is if you've got this intensive kind of production, demonstrating how it's going to work, how it's going to operate, and then it's the economic value from that, and what that value is to other post-harvest facilities, service activities, generation of employment, cultural well-being of the local community. And just, you can only show in the resource consent stage how well functioning and operating you're going to be. Maybe they're not the right words in there.
I'm just wondering.
I just wanted it to be that this is a really good activity. Like we're doing our best to do this as well as we can and properly. It's not. Yes.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering that if we were to consider something like this, if we took out well functioning and operating, which I sense probably would come in as part of any sort of application and assessment anyway.
Yeah.
Your capacity to actually implement a consent and all those sort of things would be premised on the fact that you could actually function and operate. But also, I'm just mindful that without meaning to, you're possibly by making it operating, limiting it to existing.
Yeah.
So, in our considerations, how comfortable would you be if we took out while functioning and operating, but still left in the primary production and relevant input on it?
Yeah, of course. It was just I was wanting to get across that it's not, it's not going to be very intensive production. That
Well, at the end of the day, they've still got, as you said, they've still got to go through a consent process, so they've got to still prove those points anyway. So I take your point. And then the last one was this morning we had a conversation around compost. Anything else but compost. And it's paragraph 3.3.21 of volume 3, volume 3. A conversation around national standards. but it's the one where we're talking about, Tamata was seeking the inclusion of into the
Oh, the definition.
and we actually had a conversation with the about in terms of the national planning standards and understanding that you can't change the overall standard. There are provisions there for subcategories and others. And we actually got into a conversation about the role of compost in Tamata. And whether it's used internally, used for sale, so to the rural industry, because of course, apparently, or has an impact on how you put it into that definition, whether as a subcategory or as a separate term. I don't understand.
Whether it's
compost.
ancillary to growing fund.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's integral, so that's why I left it.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
If you don't have compost, you don't grow mushrooms. So one is not without the other. The critical part of this, and someone who's eight weeks into it, is if I can't grow the compost well, I can't put the spore and spawning into it, you do the necessary things you're going to do, no mushrooms. So it's a critical. Without it, there's no business. Quite simply, there are models around the world where it's particularly is prevalent in Europe, where it's purely compost and sell that compost because it's mechanized, it's highly mechanized, and this is what this would be in Takapau and enclosed, where they would sell compost to other operators. That's what they often do. And then there are the pure mushroom growers. It's contemplated that we would be making compost for our operation initially at Brookvale. So go up, but it's not without the realms that, because of the mechanisation and the standardisation of processes, because it's very key to that in order to make good compost. That the model of using compost for other promote is not necessarily on the agenda, but right now it's purely for our own operations. That's what's intended.
Look at if the obviously different provisions, but when we looked at Mount Herbert and it was only the proposed compost activity, that couldn't be a intensive primary production activity. It was discretionary because it didn't fit anywhere else in the plan. But when we are dealing with the mushroom growing and the compost together, that is an intensive primary production because it is doing what it needs to. It's got all its raw products on site and mixing them and growing the mushrooms. It's the growing the mushrooms part that's the intensive primary production, but producing the compost on site becomes part of that as well.
The word integral.
It just answered my question about, what if compost is grown separately, site somewhere else, or treated as,
Yeah, then it's different. But when they're together, they are that bigger intensive primary production. So when I did the submission point to clarify that and get it in there, in that definition, and officers have said, no, that's not me. Yeah. I concur with them. It's fine as it is, because mushroom growing with it's called whatever it refers to. Still meaning that they're growing and you can have your compost facility either, but you cannot have your compost facility on its own.
Do we need more clarity on that? I'm giving you the option to.
Yeah, I mean, I would.
A subcategory option, if it is relevant. I was thinking, for a consent person, possibly be as ignorant as I am, they may not make that.
That would be good. That was the intent of the submission point, was to make it abundantly clear, because, to get it clear in the applications that I've done, I've had to confirm with the how we're going to address it. So from a plan user perspective, opening up that plan and knowing how it's supposed to work, it might not get it straight away.
And it was 3.3. So that was
I think that's no more answer, a question, more answers. Any other questions from the panel? Thank you very much for your time and effort coming in. It's very helpful.
Just one more thing, with the sort of shortening and not actively following on submission points in our much bigger submission that we sent in, we can't withdraw those, but I was wondering if I could send the hearing panel a table that clearly outlined which ones we, Tamata, basically won't be following, and whether that would help officers get through the submission points when they get to them. I imagine they still have to say, make the submission, and that might reduce times for them to really.
I
I don't know, I never come across
I
this.
don't think there's anything.
To stop you withdrawing the points of submission. You could withdraw or accept recommendations. I'm fairly sure you can
Simply
withdraw
accept
points
multiple, I think, just accept.
or just accept. It's the
Yeah.
simplest way. really.
Yeah,
Well,
I just was thinking of officers doing the 42A reports and.
yeah, I'm sure they would say yes, that would be helpful. If you larger submissions.
Possibly us when we're doing the deliberations.
We'll possibly try to get there.
Should I just send that directly to Jesse?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Hey.
It's going to do it for him.
Yeah, no, I just looked at you then and thought, oh, you're sitting looking in this.
The Lord is
I was trying to
shining.
catch Dylan's eye going.
One reason why Roberts is online now, I think, was to answer certain questions or something that you raised. First gas.
It's obvious gas.
I might, if you're ready, just allow you or Janine to put that question to him, and then I'll open it.
Well, Mr. Chair, the question was really just providing First Gas the opportunity to any information that was supported the setback that they are requesting. We've had some evidence from Transpower. So it's really just to see if they wanted to take the opportunity to clarify.
Good question. So, Graham, did you hear that?
I'm sorry, I was struggling to hear that point. It was a little indistinct. I understood from what was said that there has been some questions raised by Transpower in relation to the setback provisions.
Questions have been raised to Transpower about its setback provisions, but also to First Gas for the reasoning and justification for a 20-metre setback corridor as opposed to the easement of 12 metres, I think it is. The officers quite rightly wanted an opportunity for First Gas through you to respond to those questions.
Fine, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The choice of the easement width is not something that's been determined by First Gas related to its current operational standards. That's a historical figure. Those easements were generally placed upon the properties when the pipelines were installed in the early 1960s. That was prevailing industry standard behaviour at that time, to have an easement width of 12 metres, i.e. 6 metres on either side of the centre line of the pipeline, to allow for access for tracked excavators and pipeline laying and lifting equipment and the like. Currently, First Gas's position is that a slightly greater distance of setback is desirable from a planning perspective. So just bear with me here. The easement is a land instrument which relates to the land title. First Gas is seeking through its submission of a notice of requirement to your plan to convert that easement into a designation. And there are two reasons for why First Gas is doing that. Firstly, the easement on its own doesn't necessarily provide the level of protection or the level of alert to plan users of the existence of the pipeline. So First Gas has determined, and this council is a bit of a guinea pig in this regard. This is the first time we've submitted a notice of requirement at the time of a plan rollover, but we will be doing further submissions as plans come up for renewal around the country. So First Gas's network is about 2,500 kilometres. Less than 10% of that is currently designated. So you can see they rely extensively on the easement provisions, and they also wish to transition to a position whereby they have the opportunity to rely on both an easement provision and a designation. So the extension from 6 metres either side of the pipeline to a 20-metre width from the pipeline is not an arbitrary figure that's been plucked out of the air. It's an industry best standard for controlling activities within the proximity of high pressure gas pipelines. Now, bear in mind, these are not just pipelines containing gas at low pressure. They are high pressure pipelines distributing gas around the countryside. Fortunately, here in New Zealand, we have had a limited number of pipeline incidents, the most recent one being up in Northland, not far from the refinery, where somebody was digging out a swamp kauri stump from a location close to the pipeline, and they intersected the pipeline and caused some concern. There fortunately wasn't a leak, but that was more by good design and good luck rather than by careful use. So around the world, the vast majority of damage to pipelines has occurred through uncontrolled activities of third parties. So First Gas is simply trying to up the ante in terms of it receiving notification of the potential activities around the pipeline that may affect the pipeline. So that's why First Gas has sought to relate that to residential development and sensitive developments, such that those sorts of things are most important to it. First Gas does not want to necessarily halt development, but it does want to be contacted about development applications, and there are numerous examples around the countryside where, despite there being an easement across the property, when a subdivision application has been being considered for the property, First Gas has not been notified as an affected party. That's despite First Gas providing to virtually all territorial local authorities which contain the pipeline GIS records of where the pipeline is. So First Gas is simply taking the opportunity to improve the pipeline management regime and improve the notification of development applications in proximity to the pipeline so that it can exercise its responsibilities as it's required to do under the operating legislation for the pipelines in New Zealand, to take all reasonably practicable steps that it can take to protect the pipeline. I'll happily answer any further questions that the committee or the officers may have.
Thank you, Graham. I'll turn to my fellow commissioners, see if there's any questions. From my right side, my left side sure has.
The left side always does. The difficult left side. So, just so I understand, First Gas has an issue with information, so notice, is distinct from access and protection, as I understand it. So if we're talking about the 20 metres, that's not a notice point that will deal with anything in particular. The notice point is the use of a designation versus an easement. Is that correct?
Well, there are two elements there. Yes, you're correct. Having a designation in place puts the onus on anyone processing a consent application within the designation to actually ask the project proponent to make it clear that they have the approval of the holder of the designation to undertake those works.
And so in terms of easement, in terms of,
Two elements.
oh, sorry.
The second element was the notice. So beyond, because First Gas did not want to impose unnecessary restraints on landowners in relation to the width of the designation, it has sought to have the designation confirmed for the width of the easement. The purpose of extending it out to 20 metres on either side was just simply a trigger point for processing planners, processing consent applications in relation to the pipeline, so that through the district plan, notice was given to landowners and other project proponents that there was a pipeline in this vicinity. Basically, First Gas simply wants to have a conversation with project proponents.
And so, tell me if I'm wrong, if we put the 20 metre setback in, you create a conversation, but you will also create cost for the landowner, who then has to come in and have the conversation through a consent process to do what they want to do between 12 metres and 20. So that's that additional size. Is that right?
Correct. Well, in actual fact, it's an extra 14 metres because it's 20 metres from the centre line, and the designation is 6 metres either side of the centre line of the pipeline. So it's 14 metres. It's a strip 14 metres on either side of the pipeline.
And when you say the industry best practice or the best industry best standard, do you have a document or documents that you can point us to?
I'm not aware of any documents here in New Zealand, but there are some international standards which we could probably supply to the committee if that was what you wanted.
That would be lovely, thank you. And I
Okay.
guess, coming back to that point, because of course we are balancing the responsibility to appropriately in terms of planning, but also to acknowledge that we are impacting communities and landowners who then have to initiate the cost and involved in a consent process.
Correct. And I think it's entirely appropriate that you are giving regard to those matters, and it's not something which First Gas has approached lightly. We are pursuing these setback requirements for sensitive developments in a number of localities around the country at the moment. We have active dialogue in Waikato District. There has been active dialogue with New Plymouth District Council. There is active dialogue with Pororua City Council as it reviews its plan as well too. And we are continuously submitting on plan changes in the vicinity of Drury in South Auckland, where there is significant intensification of development activity and in close proximity to a pipeline that was never designed to have dense urban development in close proximity. That's the fundamental problem for First Gas, is where growth occurs and you have a change from predominantly rural activities, predominantly farming activities, because by and large 99.9% of farming activities can go on quite happily with the existence of the pipeline beneath the ground.
So given that, and the fact that we're dealing with the rural environment at the moment, not the urban environment, would you step back from the 20 metres?
We would prefer to see the 20 metres applied throughout the district, because although the chances of significant development occurring within that 20 metres is limited, but I mean, there have been instances, for example, there's been an instance in South Auckland in a relatively remote part of the Waikato district for intensive pig rearing activities immediately over top of the pipeline, with a desire by the farmer to actually cover the pipeline with sheds with concrete bases, which would effectively preclude First Gas ever getting access to the pipeline. So there are instances in the rural environment where there will be development activities which will be problematic.
In that instance, and I was also wondering in terms of the Northland incident, point that you raised, were those instances where the person or the big person, landowner, were they simply not aware of the gas pipe, or?
It requires a significant level of, how can I put this? First Gas have a very active corridor management regime where it manages its interests in the easement, so that every landowner receives from First Gas a information pack which details the location of the pipeline across their property. And when the property changes hands, a new pack is sent to the new owner. First Gas also engages with owners on a regular basis where, for example, they often fly the pipeline route, and where they see, as a result of storm activity, ground instability, which may be affecting the pipeline, they'll then contact that landowner and seek permission to go onto the property to inspect the pipeline and make sure the pipeline is in a safe and integral condition.
But I guess because those are the two examples you provided us, one observation I have with the pig example is if they wanted to do it right on top of the pipe, then 12 metres or 20 metres, it wouldn't have mattered because they would have been on top of it. Is that right?
Well, in the pig farming incident, it was actually the land had been leased by the owner to a relatively intensive pig farming operation, and the provision of the pipeline had not been communicated to the lessee as part of the lease documentation.
I think that was where I was going to in terms of the stump. I'm assuming it might have been a contractor that was pulling out the stump who may not have known either.
In the Northland example, from memory, the landowner had given permission to the contractor, who was effectively a mining contractor who mined wetlands and swamps and peatlands to abstract swamp cowrie, had given permission for extrication activities in a different location on the farm to where the stump extraction was being undertaken. So my point is, you cannot develop a management mechanism or a set of rules or a set of policies or anything in the district plans that will control all activities all of the time. Human behaviour conspires to defeat the best laid plans of mice and men. But what First Gas is seeking to do is just seeking to buttress up its easement provisions with a series of provisions in district plans throughout New Zealand to alert people to the existence of the pipeline and to alert landowners and prospective project developers and project proponents that there are some operational issues that need to be taken into consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, just wanting some information around the effects of, should a pipeline be damaged or broken, what actually happens? I mean, does it blow up like in the movies, or does it just leak and you have to turn off supply to the entire North Island because there's a hole in it, or what are the effects? What are the ramifications of?
If we start at the most catastrophic end and work back, at the most catastrophic end, you have a pipeline strike and a pipeline rupture, and then you have ignition, so that you effectively have a giant gas flare coming out of the ground. The heat profile from that is such that anything within 20 meters would be incinerated. That's what's rather uncomfortably referred to in the industry as the crispy zone. If a pipeline is struck or a pipeline is damaged and there is a leakage of gas, that is generally recorded because the pipeline operation equipment will record a drop in pressure. Now, these high pressure gas pipelines around New Zealand effectively operate as a giant linear gasometer. So the pressure goes up overnight and the pressure goes down during the day when the majority of gas is drawn off. So there are well-known patterns of fluctuation of pressure in the pipeline, which have been historically logged over many decades. Anything that happens out of the ordinary with a sudden change in pressure causes an alert, causes an alarm in the National Pipeline Operations Centre at Bell Block in New Plymouth, and somebody is sent out to have a look. And in all probability, if something happened like that, there are valves at various points along the sections of the pipeline. The relevant section of the pipeline would be isolated until that was sorted out what it was.
And that's a cost to both First Gas and whoever's at the other end of the gas, receiving the gas.
Yes, I mean the pipeline can tolerate a small shutdown for a relatively limited period of time, a matter of hours, because of the volume of gas that's in the pipeline. There is, you know, if, for example, the pipeline south of Auckland were shut down for a period of time, gas supply would continue to flow into Auckland for potentially up to a couple of days because of the volume of gas that's stored in that pipeline.
Is it that not that important? Where does the gas coming through CHB? Is that part of that North Island network, or is it a pipeline coming to here?
No. The pipeline through CHB is an offshoot of the main pipeline. So there are two main pipelines from Taranaki to South Auckland. One is referred to as the Maui pipeline, and the other is the North Island main line. I'm not sure which CHB comes off, but that's a branch line that comes off separately. So there are separate branch lines across to the Hawke's Bay. There is a separate branch line to the Bay of Plenty. There are several lines through Auckland servicing various takeoff points in Auckland, and it goes all the way to Kauri, which is north of Whangarei. That's the extent of the pipeline. It terminates at the milk factory at Kauri. I can supply you with a map of the high pressure network. I'm not sure whether there was one submitted as part of the notice of requirement where the officers have them, but if you...
I apologise. I've just been told there was. I didn't see it. But thank you, because it's not something that I know anything about.
Well,
cooking my eggs in the morning.
You're in good company with the majority of New Zealand, because the majority of New Zealanders, and this is an issue which First Gas has. This infrastructure has been constructed so long ago and has operated without problems for so long that it's largely escaped people's frame of reference. As you say, you click your gas on in the morning to cook your eggs, and you don't think where the gas comes from.
One of the reasons for me asking the questions I did, just to find out what the effects were of anything happening. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Just to get my head around it. So the designation rollout of all the easements around the country, how is that working? Is that being done on a district plan review, or how is that?
I'd have to say CHB is a guinea pig. This is the first example of us submitting a notice of requirement at the time of plan review to get the designation in place. We have over the years, there have been various portions of the pipeline designated, from Rotowaro in east of Huntly up to Auckland and into Auckland, all the way through Auckland, all the way up to Kamo in the far north. That portion of the pipeline is designated. That designation was put in place in about 2002. There are other small portions of the pipeline that are designated in Taranaki. There are small portions designated in Wellington district. There was a pipeline relocated as part of the Transmission Gully motorway development, and the new pipeline has been designated there. But First Gas, obviously, the designation provision is a bit of a double-edged sword for First Gas, because the reason that it's only designating where it has comprehensive coverage of easements is that otherwise it exposes itself to a very, very expensive exercise to acquire an interest in the land for the pipeline. So it's effectively piggybacking on its easement provisions.
In terms of, say, Central Hawke's Bay, was that notice of requirement process preceded by a general sort of consultation with landowners about what's happening and what's going on?
There was a mail out to landowners in the Central Hawke's Bay to advise them that First Gas would be seeking a notice of requirement at the time the district plan review was processed. And I'm unaware that we've had any submissions from landowners.
Did that advice also extend to the whole corridor proposal as well? The district plan?
No, that was a separate exercise.
So the corridor, the 20-metre wide one, is more than just an alert system, isn't it? There's actually it's to control some land uses and subdivisions within that corridor.
It's seeking restricted activity status for certain activities. Yes.
And I can understand I was just trying to look through your evidence, and of course I couldn't find it in a rush, but there's a difference between the high pressure main trunk line type of pipelines versus the distribution sort of offshoots that exist. And I think there's one to Silverfern.
Correct. This is what is being sought is only applied to the high pressure pipeline network.
That's the number of my question. Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners?
Just one just brought up, and this may be my ignorance of the system. Apologies if it is. You mentioned, and I don't think I've got this wording right, notice of requirement to landowners and CHB when the district plan was notified. You weren't aware of any submissions. Do you mean you unaware of any submissions to the district plan process from landowners with your pipeline on the land? Is
Correct.
that what you meant?
That was what I meant. As far as I'm aware, we haven't received notification of submissions in relation to the notice of requirement served on Central Hawke's Bay District Council from landowners whose properties are the subject of the easement and would be the subject of the designation.
And just a supplementary, and I might just be flagging it. Were we bound to alert all landowners to this change, Mr. Chair? I don't know what the.
Rowena can answer that.
We weren't involved in it ourselves, but we understand that another consultant who was processing the designations through the plan did do that, but the affected parties were notified by council that there was a designation proposed over the plan. It's my understanding there are no submissions to that. No designation.
Just to confirm though, in terms of that notification, My understanding is the mail out didn't discuss the 20 metres with the designation.
I would say it would have just been the designation, the notice of requirement.
So they wouldn't necessarily have received information about the potential for this designation to have a 20 metre
Lay on top of it.
delay on top. Thank you.
No other questions. I will thank Graham for attending and being flexible in terms of waiting for us patiently. So thank you very much for that, Graham. It was very useful input into the hearing process.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. It's 20 minutes late for me. We'll hand over to Rowena and Janine to respond verbally to anything they've heard today. Possibly identify what they're going to respond to in written form.
I think background in much depth, I think probably the areas that we think we'll be getting back to you on, we'll be looking at reconsidering our recommendations are still the same ones that we discussed this morning. I think that's all been out. And there may be a couple of other little ones that perhaps we might want to reconsider as well, but nothing major beyond the matters we discussed this morning. Is there anything further?
Nothing at this stage to add to the. Okay.
Did you get sufficiency of information in terms of the meter? In terms of the first gas?
Well, it would clarify the reasons.
Just with what you read off this morning around what your thoughts were, have we got that document with us, or can you give it to us so I didn't have to give my notes?
As long as you don't hold
Because my notes are really bad.
And it really is just our opening thoughts. So probably won't necessarily want them.
No, that was the basis of you giving them to us last time. So we'll stick by that.
Yeah.
It won't be put online or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to.
It was just so I can see what, because I didn't keep up with all your thoughts.
Should I give you the key topic headings that where we were thinking the main things were? So the main things that we were going to relook at was the shading of land and roads from planting of trees topic.
Planting of trees.
The seasonal workers accommodation conditions. Matter around the intensive primary production and more specifically the intensive outdoor primary production definition. The agricultural aviation movements, provisions, rule airstrips and how they will interrelate and work. Back from gas transmission network. Wanted to revisit some unintended potential consequences to community facilities, educational facilities, etc. So the indirect result of amending some of the policies that have taken away the connection to community facilities and educational facilities in the rural areas, and making sure that we haven't lost that. The firefighting water supply standard, although I think we possibly we know which we prefer in that regard. Those were the main.
I think I did get them.
No more points, questions? procedures, we may adjourn the hearing for today and resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Isn't it? Earlier to set up. Well, I thank everybody, and there's still a few people online, so thank you for your tolerance and patience. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Council meetings aren't that intense.
Well, it should be. Make you earn your back.
We just like staring at council meetings. don't we?
Wow, my, that's great.
We can leave all that there, can't we?
I'll just move it over here. Does that clean the tables down?
Oh, okay.
Do you want to go?
I'll just be.
Is it yours? I'll go in the middle and that's the one. Do you want me to go on the bottom? Do you want me to put mine down?
No.
You're right.
He's saying he's an old bucket or something, eh?
Oh, I was trying to be nice. Make him-